All right, welcome back to our OpenClaw Boot Camp. This is episode 3, where we're gonna put together a multi-agent team. We're gonna wire everything together. Thank you everyone for being here. And thanks for your patience. Had to do that pre-stream espresso. So without squirrel ado, let's do this screen share here, shall we? How we doing today? Yo, what's up, Dimmy? I'm just gonna say Dimmy. I'm just gonna those first 3 letters. What's up, Dark Ice? Welcome back. Yo, Andrew, happy to have you here. This question here, we can get to it at the end. I don't use the lobster architecture. I'm unaware of what this is. If you can link me the GitHub or a link referencing this, I can look into it. Hey, what's up, Slinger? Welcome back. So I gotta ask one thing before we get started, right? What's up, Derek? How you doing today? Gotta ask one thing before we get started. I'm doing all this for free, so the least you can do is do what you can do for free to support the channel, and that is smashing the like button. If we have 16 viewers right now, there should be 16 likes, and I only see 4. So step your game up. And we're gonna get started here in a moment. All right, now in the meantime, I did start kind of thinking about more and more how I want the team to be built, right? What's up, Paul? Thanks for tuning in. I love it. Yeah, it's when I was first scheduling this out, right? Like, it was originally 8 to 9 episodes. It was gonna be 2 months long. That was gonna be unbearable. So we condensed everything down into 5 episodes. And if you're ever referencing this bootcamp landing page, I update it week by week, right? I have to manually update this because I do also make changes to the curriculum real time. Since this is my first bootcamp, I'm kind of learning as I go. But one thing you're gonna start to notice is I'm including the master prompts here. Now, another thing you'll notice if you're just tuning into this and you haven't started from episode 1 is I use these as a reference. I'm not actually copy pasting most of these prompts. I'm reading off the prompts and I'm vibing with GOAT. So for anybody asking for the legitimate prompts on how I built it, it's best just to watch the raw live streams, because then you see my process of communicating with GOAT, our OpenClaw agent. I really take just a one-on-one approach where I just vibe through the build, rather than having this comprehensive master prompt where it might build things quicker, but we understand it less, right? The whole purpose of vibing your way through your build is you can start to ask questions, gain a better understanding of how things are being configured so that you are more aware of your setup when something goes wrong, right? Because listen, none of this stuff is perfect. Something's bound to go wrong. So it's best to vibe your way through the process and learn how you're building it, learn how it works, right? From the foundation. Yo, what's up, Juan? Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. What's up, Jan? First time here, first time commenting. Let's go, appreciate you. Yeah, one thing you'll notice for all the commenters, thank you for subscribing, right? For these boot camps, I enabled the feature that only allows subscribers to comment. Now, I thought about making it a day. I set the rule as 1 hour of a sub, then you can comment on these bootcamp live streams. But I really want to focus this bootcamp around people who actually support the channel in the free methods, which is just hitting subscribe, right? You know what I mean? So what's up, G-Man? I was setting up agents based on your other videos. Let's go. Okay. Let's see what I did wrong and what can be improved. Yeah, listen, we're learning as we go here. It's on the website. Just go to clearmud.ai/bootcamp. But if you just go to our main website, right, you'll see bootcamp on the nav header here in red. So I will update this, right? I don't update this real time. Like I usually update it within 48 hours after the live stream, because that's also how long it takes for the transcript to become available via YouTube for me to then do the timestamps. So 48 hours after every live stream, I have an automation in place with Muddy that goes in, runs my live streams command, generates tags and timestamps, and then it updates it via API, all autonomously. I don't have to do anything anymore. It's wonderful. Made my first OS yesterday while rewatching episodes. Let's go. I love it. So, I mean, let's just double check the count. I want to thank every single one of you for being here. How many people do we have? Clearly my voice is working. How's the, honestly, I don't have to do anything. Yeah, we're good. I just have to double check. How's the music versus the voice? Is it too loud? Should we bring that down a little bit before we get started? All right, you guys got to step your game up here. I only see 13 likes and 25 of you watching. That means half of you are freeloaders. Oh my God. I don't mean any offense. I'm just making fun with it. Smash that like button. We're going to hold this episode hostage until we get at least 20 of those in. All right. Ooh, device identity required. I've been noticing this is an issue with this one where I have to keep pasting that in there. Let's go grab that ID. Which one was it? I believe it's the one ending in 8.2 here. Overview, connect. We should be good. Looks like we are out of date. I think for the sake of the bootcamp, I'm not going to update it right now. But let's go take a look at automations that happen throughout the week, shall we, before we get started on the multi-agent team. So let's go check the lab. Let's go check the build logs. Okay, it's been smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. What did it do last night? Looks like it's making improvements to the PM board inline editing, PM board create and delete, doc notification badges. Interesting. Okay. Module ownership fix, moved workspace viewer. Okay, for the docs viewer, timeline tab. Interesting. So it detected it was dead because we haven't really set any automation. We haven't set our team to do the stand-ups yet. What did it do? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to. It's like it's self-improving, realizing there was no data. Interesting. Okay. Hey, let's go. Let's also highlight. So we've shipped 2 things here on the channel in our live streams on between Mondays and Fridays. These are completely free tools. They're in beta, so please understand, like, test them. Promptbrowser.net is where you can paste in any YouTube URL and get extractable prompts via transcript. I'm still fine-tuning the logic here, but a lot of people are starting to use it. I primarily built it as a way to extract prompts that I vibe throughout a live stream or an episode. But you can also scan any channel, right? And go and get extractable prompts from that channel. Now, it's not perfect. Any feedback, please drop a comment below. And then this one we launched on Monday. I'm still testing through all of these templates, all right? So proceed at your own risk, right? Let me know what you find. I created this feedback tab for people to, interesting. Utilizing the help tool, ask for it. Details on heartbeat, how to avoid filling the main session with too much context. Interesting. I'll come back to this on Friday, right? I want to focus today on Bootcamp. But it's a really cool tool for you to come in and build out your own setup. And then it gives you a config that you can then give your OC agent, right? It's like this chat feature that you can also chat back and forth. It uses Gemini 3.1 Flash Lite, I believe, with high reasoning attached. And then the help feature, if you're running into bugs, you can come paste in a screenshot of any bugs you're running into, right? And it'll help you troubleshoot issues. From what I understand in the community, it's working, it's been helping people out. So just wanted to spotlight those 2 tools before we get started. They're completely free. Now, I've been going back and forth on the type of team I want to create. And since Goat is going to be repurposed after this bootcamp to serve as a kind of client relations tool for myself for individual projects, this is kind of what I'm thinking. I have account managers who handle each account. So as I add more clients to the list that I'm supporting and maintaining, right, they each get their own account manager with their own engineering department, with their own et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Or I can take the approach that I did with Muddy OS, right? And that is, let's close that out. Do a hard refresh on this page here. Or I can take the approach of building out a CTO, a CMO, and a CRO, and then having Muddy be the COO. I'd love the feedback from the community. I mean, you can apply whatever strategy I build out to whatever build you'd like. This is what I'm leaning towards. I I don't really like Pam reception. I think that's incoming customer support requests. Kevin accounting. This is to automate invoicing, right? And bids. Let's check some comments here. Yeah, so listen, I'm a one-man show here, and I don't always optimize for mobile because I primarily use on desktop. So this is something I'm gonna work on moving forward. So thank you, Dark. I'll keep this in mind with all my builds moving forward to really make sure there's a responsive, friendly layout. No, hey, we're on episode 3 here. So, and the beauty of this series is it's gonna live on YouTube forever, right? So you can come back to it, binge watch it from episode 1 through episode 5 anytime you'd like. Nice, I love it, thank you. Confused by the question. How's it making the same dashboard like the old ClearMud with the PM board? Is it reading what the old one has, or did you tell it what you wanted? No, they're completely sandboxed environments. So the GOAT has 0 reference to Muddy, aside from helping me troubleshoot an issue back on February 2nd. If we go look at the memory here. Right here. It helped me troubleshoot an issue where I had an invalid fallback and it wasn't loading. That's all the context it has. All right. Let's go check the laboratory, shall we? Foundry, look it, it's been building things. No, listen, I didn't expect this to interesting. So let's vibe, let's fix this real quick before we move forward. All right, so, hey, Go. We haven't talked in a while here. I'm just reviewing everything you've done this past week. Looks like you've been building prototypes. However, when I click the most recent prototype unslop, the preview refuses to connect. So I think there's a port issue. Let's go check. Yeah, it looks like all the prototypes, like port 8814 not working, they're all port 8814, 8810. So keep in mind, each new prototype should have its own port, and it should stay online until we either approve it or deny it or reject it, right? So let's fix that issue in the Foundry, please. Otherwise, it looks like you've been working, you've been shipping self-improvements all week, which is wonderful. Let's get this working before we continue on. We just went live with episode 3, and we're gonna be fine-tuning our multi-agent team and wiring things together here. I'm curious to see some of these prototypes here. I'm curious to see if it only built us landing pages or if it actually built out the app itself. Okay, here we go. Here's a preview now. Looks like it fixed itself. Let's go back to the Foundry really quickly. Oh no. Interesting. So it looks like the Foundry's preview might be different than if I go and click on, let's go prototypes. No, there's a clear yeah, here it is, unslap. No, okay. So it looks like ship log though is on. So which one was that? Ship log, this one here, okay. Pain point, remote workers, freelancers. I think we want to make this a little bit wider, but we're going to save that for episodes, I think episode 5, where we dial things in a little bit. We tweak the UI, et cetera, because next week primarily is focused on skills and automations and workflows, as well as part wiring. But today's all multi-agent team and wiring. So binge this in the office. Don't tempt me with a good time. Office it is. Office it is. Ross has spoken. He has helped me decide. Nice. Yeah, that's a great resource. I've been using ShadeCN for a lot of my tools now. It's awesome. That is wonderful. Yeah, I'm about to. Thank you. Thank you for the input. What I recommend, listen, due to the lack of clarity by Claude, right? I can't confidently say that, but I do know for a fact that Peter is still using his Claude Max subs for his OpenClaw setup, the founder of OpenClaw. So anybody who's touting that it's banned, et cetera, is listening to the wrong people, okay? They have not come out and said that they banned OpenClaw, right? It's very vague, their approach. Now, the way OpenClaw prompts Claude with the sub, it's completely within terms of use, from what I understand. Listen, if it were truly banned, OpenClaw would remove it as a provider, as an option to select from. Keep that in mind as well, right? So stop listening to the wrong people. It is not banned. Now, as far as me confidently saying, go spend the money, like, proceed with caution. I have a test account that I use for sure. Like, I understand the risks. So with all that being said, yes, I do recommend it. Nice. I thought we configured this. Let's wait for Goat to get back to us. Okay, wonderful. So it didn't have an auto start, right? Because the system will go idle overnight. I'm guessing that's why that part of it broke. Let's go check. Here it is, open unslop. Deslop your AI content before the internet does it. Look, I mean, I'm not gonna test it, but it like gives us legitimate micro SaaS products. That's amazing. I'm loving this. Mockmate. I mean, we'll have to, in episode 5, create a front-end design skill, right? Because this purple is making me puke, but ooh, it looks like it missed the beat here a little bit with the styling. Look at this, this is off. Oh. Okay, it's not perfect. Suggested SaaS pricing. Hey, great, it's working. All right, let's get to the team, shall we? This is what this episode's all about. So we already have a very basic layout. Now, I think I'm just gonna rename them all to account managers for now. And then do Pam Beasley as a receptionist, and we're gonna do Kevin Malone as our accountant. All right, time to work on our multi-agent team here. So reviewing our org chart, I know you didn't create any workspaces yet for this. This is just front end. I wanna make a few changes, right? So I wanna have Michael Scott, Jim Halpert, and Dwight K. Schrute as account managers. And then I want Pam Beasley as our receptionist. She's gonna handle all customer support related inquiries. And then we're gonna have Kevin Malone as an accountant to handle sending out invoices, following up, right? Sending out bids, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the purpose of having account managers here is the way I want Goat OS to work long-term is per client, they get their own account manager. And underneath each account manager, we're gonna create a team of agents for engineering, marketing, et cetera, et cetera. So let's structure that on the front end before we create individual workspaces, please. And maybe at the end of the episode, if you guys want to see what, I mean, the updates now are very simple and easy to do. We can run through an update at the end if you guys want to see real time, like what happens, and if anything breaks, I can walk through how to fix it. Maybe that'll be a great part of this boot camp at the end. While we're waiting for that, we'll do some comments here. Yeah, I mean, listen, max 20 is the way to go when it comes to just, you know how much you're spending each month, right? Yeah, of course. Thanks for the questions. It's the AI. It's AI slop, right? It's AI slop, quote unquote. It loves to default to that color unless you specify otherwise, which we did not create any front end design skills with any specifications on branding and coloring, etc. We haven't technically made the team yet. Right now, we're working on the front end, the visual of the team. Then once we're happy with how the team is structured, then I'm gonna go in, you're gonna see here in a moment, we're gonna create individual workspaces with their own identities, souls, all the memory files, including heartbeats. Okay, and you know one thing I also wanna do? We're gonna do a toggle here. All right, so for the team org chart, I wanna have a toggle up top. The default view should be called list. The other view should be called office. And I'm gonna paste in an office floor plan here that is replicated from the office, which our characters are based off of here. I think this will be a fun way to visualize it as well. And as our team grows, we can then fill out the rest of the office staff, like Phyllis, Stanley, Andy, Creed, Meredith, Daryl, Ryan, Angela, Oscar, and then Aaron, our new receptionist. Wait, yeah, that's something to think about, right? Because in the later seasons, Pam was a salesperson, not a receptionist. But nevertheless, let's create that functionality in the team tab so that we have, a top kind of architectural floor plan view of our office with each individual agent. And then each individual agent on this office floor plan, we should be able to click it and it pops up a module showing all of the specifics to the agent. One thing I realize is I don't think we can paste in, yeah, we cannot paste in images there. Now, to share files with you, we need to create a shared directory. So I'm about to set one up on my host PC. Please mount that on your end. Let's see, we're gonna rename this goat share. Let me go to that VM really quickly and add it as a shared drive. Come on. I guess I could always just Google Drive it, but I'd rather just set up this access really quickly. Sharing settings. We're gonna enable, add, and let's go to our desktop, grab that goat share. Ooh, could have sworn I already installed that, but we'll see here in a moment, see what it says. The share is mounted. Oh yeah, I don't know if I enabled drag and drop. Let's check. I did not. All right, I'm just gonna do a little bypass here. I probably should have prepared for this. No worries though. Give me one moment here. Pull that off screen because I need to log in with my Google account. I don't want to give anything away here. Create a goat share. All right, we can bring that back over. Now let's just go ahead and download that. All right, scratch that. I just transferred it via Google Drive. I threw it on the desktop. What's up, Houston? What's going on, Raymond? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back. So as of now, we're working primarily out of the gateway chat, but I think in episodes 4 or 5, we can set up those streaming channels, right? Those chat channels. We really started this with a base setup. I didn't do any Telegram or Discord yet because I wanted to discover the need for the channel down the road. Now, does make sense to either, I think I'm going to set up Discord more than Telegram because this isn't something I'm going to need from my mobile device. And I think Discord makes more sense in this particular case. However, listen, this boot camp's for you guys. So if you want to see me set this up in WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, whatever, drop a comment below. Let me know what channels you want me to configure so that I can also show you how that is done. All good, Quad. Glad you're here now. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah, for Muddy OS, for my main ops is, I have them all set up. I have Telegram set up because I love listening to my executive syncs in the morning on walks or when I'm out and about running errands, can have the earpiece in. And then I have WhatsApp set up, but I honestly don't use it. I set it up with the intention of kind of brain dumping different ideas into it, but I primarily just voice to text, or not even voice to text. I send voice notes through my Telegram chat. It transcribes it and executes whatever I discuss, right? Oh, wow, it really broke it down, didn't it? Look at this. Sheesh. My goodness. Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch office floor plan description. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, it's getting to work. It's building it out. It's building out the visual for us. So this is an idea for you if you're following along on this boot camp. If you have some type of floor plan that you want to base your setup on, your visuals on, you know, just give it a screenshot and it'll break everything down. Now, keep in mind, I am using Opus 4.6 on this one, so it might change depending on the model that you use. Telegram groups. Okay, I'll note this down. I like it. Thanks, Juan. Good morning, John. Good morning. I think so. I think it's tough to define the future, right? Because OpenClaw is very niche. It's not easy to set up. So it's not plug and play for most people, for most businesses, for most consumers, right? You really have to take the time to configure it and go through the trial and error of learning. So I know Perplexity Computer and Manus, I forget what they call theirs. They're trying to simplify it, but to me those just feel like chat boxes with the LLMs more than anything. Let's see if it one-shots this. I'll be shocked if it one-shots this. I didn't give any specifics as far as like navigation hotkeys. I would love it if I hit Z and it zooms out the entire floor plan on the team module. Additionally, I want to use my middle mouse click to kind of readjust the canvas, zoom into each room, being able to click on each room to then zoom in that room. We'll see if it nails it. Now it's building the office view. What's up, Zan? We are deep in the trenches. And not the meme coin trenches, the OC trenches. Thanks for being here. Welcome back. Oh yeah, we're going to show everything on this one. Whatever you want to see, you just let me know within GoToOS. We'll pull it up. Now, today's all about, right, defining the team, getting the view dialed in, and then creating the workspaces. And then additionally, we're going to wire some things together, like some daily stand-ups. What else is on the list here? We're going to, once we set up the workspace, of course, they're all going to have their own agent IDs in the gateway config. We're then going to make sure that the PM board is the single source of truth when they're kind of adding things to the list and working throughout the week, right? Stand-up system I already mentioned. And then we're going to set up cron jobs to automate everything, to make sure that the stand-ups are daily. We're going to configure the heartbeats, right? We're going to do everything today as far as like wiring the multi-agent team. And then we're going to do additional wiring over the last 2 weeks. Next week is focused on skills, workflows, automations, all that, cron jobs as well, right? And then week 5 is all about fine-tuning things, visual, backend, wiring, everything. We're going to take as long as we need to take on week 5 to make sure things are dialed in. And then today as well, I want to make sure that the multi-agent team is working. They all have their own workspaces. Now, the one thing I might not get to today is populating the identity of each individual agent. I think what I'm going to have it do is download, TLDRs of each character from the office, because there's enough information on the internet about each character. But then when it gets into like personality types, the way they respond, the way they communicate, I think I'm going to save that for episode 5, right? Today's more so about the wiring than anything. But this is also a critical step while you're waiting this week on the bootcamp, is like, you want to feed each individual agent their context. Now, we're going to set up a shared context feature to where the user MD isn't loaded on each agent spun or each agent prompt, right? We're going to have a shared memory that each agent references. However, I think it is important for you to go through each agent and feed it a lot of context as far as like what its purpose is, what you want it to accomplish, right? The way you want it to communicate, depending on how you're setting yours up. This is a very critical step, and I recommend doing this at least once a month, once a week if you have the time, of just doing some back-end maintenance, some infra, right? Infrastructure upgrades. Go through each agent. Trim memory files if you need to, right? I have both Telegram groups and Discord. Honestly, Discord is where. Yeah, I think a lot of it's preference too. You know, I've heard the same thing about Telegram. I've heard the same thing about WhatsApp. I think a lot of it's preference. I personally don't really use Discord on my mobile device. Discord to me has always been like a gaming group platform. So I only use it for streams, for desktop use, laptop use. I rarely pop open Discord on my mobile. That's why Telegram is my go-to on mobile. Hey, let's go, Juan. It's all good. We all do that. Yeah, listen, we'll show everything throughout this episode. We're building it from scratch right now. Right now, keep in mind, we're doing visuals. We're doing this front-end view first. Then we're going to create individual workspaces and everything. I did not. I haven't needed to. I haven't had that issue that a lot of people run into. No more than 500 a month. Between all my subs, no more than 500 a month. Yeah, it is. Listen, people think you set this up and it just works flawlessly. They're misleading you. I don't mean to talk negatively on others, but I really hate misleading content. I'll tell you how it is. And this stuff's not perfect. You have to go through the bugs. You have to go through the experience of it not working how you want it to work. And then you have to understand why. And then you learn how to fix it. Sure. Yeah. We'll show everything. Yeah, for sure. I do have a video coming out soon. Let's see, which one was it? I'm not sure what I'm recording tomorrow. I think it's going to be this one where we give out some cron prompts of how my team works. But the memory compaction, oh yeah, it is in here, memory maintenance. So we will go through this in a video. I'll dedicate a video around memory at some point. All right, got it. Detailed floor plan reference. Refresh tab. Toggle should be top right as you onboard new agents. Okay, let's go take a look, shall we? Do a hard refresh. Office. It's not a bad first, not a bad like one shot almost. Not a bad first go. Wow. This is really cool. This is really cool. Now, if you've never watched The Office, this might not be as cool for you. But if you have watched The Office a few times over, you'll know this layout is very accurate. Now, we did provide, obviously, a lot of context as far as the floor plan. I love it. Okay, we're gonna have to expand on these pop-up modules, but I think I would like this to be larger. Why is he sitting over here though? This is what I don't understand is why is Goat floating between, the break room should actually be down in the center, right? If you think about it as Office's floor plan. But not a bad first go. Listen, not a bad first go. Goat is out of place, but I'm not gonna be nitpicky with this. I'm just thinking, hold on. I was gonna prompt there. All right, not a bad first go. I do want to make some visual tweaks to this though. I think you can remove the stairwell and the restrooms, right? Have the viewpoint, right? Accounting should be bottom left. The annex should be bottom right. Lounge top right. The break room is technically between that main office and the annex. With some empty space up top with the hallway, I believe. And then Goat feels out of place. Where should we put Goat? Let's throw Goat in the conference room. Let's throw Goat in the conference room. So make these minor little tweaks for me here, please. Just a little bit of vibing. I don't want to just I don't want to blindly just accept that one. Okay. Yeah, and everybody keep in mind, so I'm going to try to get through all the comments real time, but I really want to take the approach of time blocking comments so that people watching the recording and following along, we're not squirreling all over the place. You know what I mean, squirrel? I want to be as efficient as possible with the build and then do little time block Q&A sessions where I'll then answer questions. So I want to keep addressing them, but I really want to rework the layout. And I think when we have intervals, when we're waiting for the agent to work, it makes sense. But There's a reason my catchphrase is without squirrel ado. You know what I mean? But since we're waiting here, let's tackle one here. What's up, Adam? Thank you. Hey, welcome to the coffee crew. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate that. Talk about how you're setting up agents on your hardware. Yeah, so it's one OC setup per sandboxed VM, and then underlying within that OC setup, I set up multiple agents with their own workspaces. I do plan on creating content around configuring multiple OC setups and then linking them together, but I'm waiting to build out that type of infrastructure when I get back to California next month. I'm going to repurpose an old server of mine, which is going to allow me to deploy upwards of like 12 different OC setups. And I'm going to be migrating these two that are local, Goat and Muddy, over to that server. So once I have more hands-on with that setup, I'll be able to speak on it some more. But one thing I do here is I don't speak on things I don't know. So I don't have that much experience connecting, if any, connecting different OC setups together, right? All of my agents live under one setup, one gateway. And then VPS video, I'm going to test down the road because for my personal brand, I want to create a VPS OC agent. I'm still trying to figure out the best platform to pick for me. But once I set that up, once I have that experience, I will be doing a video on how to secure it, how things work, et cetera, the differences I noticed between a sandboxed local VM versus a VPS. Refresh, take a look. All right, let's go take a look, shall we? Much better. I don't know what Ryan is doing here though. Hey, Ryan's out of place as well. Ryan should be in the annex with Toby and Kelly. And then Aaron is technically a secondary receptionist. So put Aaron and Pam next to each other in the reception. Otherwise, everything looks good. You can move Meredith and Creed down a little bit along the border. Not critical, right? But just a little bit down. And I think that's solid. I think that's a solid start. Now we'll get started with creating individual workspaces. Additionally, I want to ensure that when we make a change to the team, what JSON are you referencing here? Like, let's say we add and enable Daryl, for example. Is he going to show up on both list and office view? Right? That they should be referencing the same JSON file for the team, if I'm not mistaken. Just please clarify how this is configured and how you're going to be pulling this data for both viewpoints. I want to make sure there's never a disconnect here. No, did I just hit? That's the problem with having my keybind next to escape. All right, so it's looking good. Listen, the only note I have is Ryan should be in the annex with Kelly and Toby, and then Aaron should be moved as a secondary option in reception. Move Meredith and Creed down just a touch as they're against that wall there. And then when it comes to wiring, the list versus office viewpoint, as we start to deploy more agents, I want to make sure that the list and the office pull from the same data source. So please clarify what JSON we're going to be populating, and that no matter what work we do, the list and office viewpoint automatically pull from the same source. And then while we're waiting for that, the multi-agent setup, not teams. I need a better understanding. Yes, you can. You can. Short answer, yes. Long answer, I would need a better understanding of visual representation or a little bit more context written out for me to better answer that. I know, right? Oh, that's right. He's in the janitor's closet. Good thought. Like, listen, the seasons evolve and they move desks, and I think I'm just going to configure it in the more common approach to like the earlier episodes. Look at this. So this is another good point to bring up. If you're creating multiple viewpoints for your org chart or your team chart, you got to make sure that you wire things in correctly, right? As of now, they have their own hard-coded data. So Goat's going to fix that for us, and it's going to create, let's see what it's going to create. Looks like it's all going to reference the org chart. Let's see. Now we'll rewrite. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. I'm using Whisperflow. Check the link in the bio. We recently got approved for affiliates, which is pretty cool. So same perks as before. I think we both get a free month if I'm not mistaken, but it's free for a month. You don't have to add in a credit card, I don't think so. So I don't have much experience with this yet. But from what I'm understanding with people with similar setups, there are ways to link it. It really depends on like how you want your systems to work and work together, more importantly. There are also ways to create one master OC setup and then have individual user access per your team. So you don't have to have individual OpenClaw setups, right? I haven't set this up yet, so I can't speak to it too much. That's one. By the way, welcome. I think you're a new face, JF. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the question. But you know, I'm not going to answer a question I don't know the answer to fully, that I haven't tested myself. It should, but some configuration might be a little bit different, right? I'm using an M1 Max, 32 gigs of RAM. It's maxed out on GPU and CPU. For this OS, I've only allocated 2 cores and 6 gigs of memory, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like this thing needs to be updated as well. Let's actually go to Activity, System Monitor. Yeah, I mean, you see the 2 cores here. What's interesting is it's not showing all. Let's just go into the VM setting real quick here. Oh, wow. I guess it's only 4 gigs. I could have sworn I allocated 6. Okay, I stand corrected. Two cores and 4 gigs of memory for this Goat Bootcamp demo. But then for my main setup, like I was originally running, I think 6 cores and 16 gigs of memory, but because I'm running both of these off the same M1, I downed it to 4 cores and then 12 gigs of memory for Muddy, because Muddy has a lot going on. So I would recommend minimum, depending on your setup, it's safe. Just do it with 16 gigs of RAM if you have the allocated space for that. And then my VM is Ubuntu desktop. Okay. Team.json. Both feed off of team.json now. Wonderful. All right. We are almost there to start creating the workspaces. All right. We're primarily focused on these. Wonderful. Didn't we create a workspace page last week? I could have sworn we created a workspace page last week. All right, so we need to go back to the overnight build from March 15th. It looks like you repurposed a placeholder workspace viewer. We actually need that. I'm gonna go check what you did in the brain module, but I would prefer that to be in the ops module. Thanks for being proactive, but I'd much rather have that be in the operations module and then rename it workspace. So essentially undo that overnight build you did. Yeah, I'd just rather have it in ops personally. And then what else did you do here? It looks like you swapped the... Where was it? Timeline tab. You changed standups to timeline. Now, we hadn't configured standups yet. Today, we're going to be wiring in standups for each individual agent that we're about to create, so that we have a place to reference all the meetings that they hold without us overnight, right? So does the timeline essentially serve the two purposes now? Or should we just revert that back to standups? No, I'm running Mac OS X on my main. It's an M1 Max, right? M1 Max, 32 gigs of RAM. It's an old one. I'm gonna upgrade this year at some point. I know the M5 just came out. Or the M5 Max, rather. So I'm gonna see if I don't have a friend with the Apple Friends and Family discount to then compare a brand new M5 Max versus a used M4 from a refurbished outlet. So I'm going to decide that in a few months. I'm in no rush. The M1 has been literally a workhorse. It's been solid. I don't chase every new build every year. I'm just not that type of person. All right, we're still waiting here. I think GOAT, I gave the default 25 gigs. But I'd recommend at least 100 gigs to be safe. Should be plenty. I think Muddy OS has 100. I don't think I've increased that since I set it up. Listen, if you create a cron that specifically targets memory, right? That researches new methods, sees how it can trim, sees how it can compact and optimize without dumbing down your system, I'm sure it would do that, right? Will it do it autonomously? I can't speak to that. Maybe if you give it all the right tools and you give it enough context into what you want the system to be long-term, it might do that. But I think out of the box, I don't think it would autonomously do that. Not unless you explicitly set that up. Not a bad idea though, but listen, I haven't run into nearly, like, I had some memory issues when I compacted my memory. It was a learning lesson, but luckily I made enough backups to kind of revert things and do things the right way after I broke it. But yeah, one thing I'm also noticing is I think people start to set things up before they need it, which is good and bad, right? Like you're being proactive, but sometimes like it's best to don't fix what's not broken, right? Address that down the road. Use your system, run into that problem yourself before you address any memory related solutions. That's just my approach. Yeah, no, we definitely, well, if we keep timeline, I feel like the timeline is something that should live on the ops dashboard. I want the stand-up tab back, right? So definitely restore stand-ups. I think the timeline should be co-located in the dashboard. That feels more like a dashboard overview feature than an individual tab feature. So yeah, go with your plan, but just with my minor tweaks there. And then once you're done, we're going to get to creating agent workspaces. Okay, I just want to go through this really quickly here. Close that out. Actually make this a little bit smaller as well. All right, we've designed, so we're about to do, I know we're still on step one. Don't worry, we'll power through these. This is why I need to stop looking at comments because it does sidetrack us from making progress. Not to say I don't appreciate them, and I will time block answering the comments, but you know, if you can, save it for the Q&A at the end of the episode. That way we can power through them all in one go, in one block. Looks like it's doing work. Look at that, nice. I like the activity feed here more than anything. I mean, these blocks are kind of confusing, but oh well. Yeah, it looks like the failed was when it had no delivery channel, and then we fixed that last week, and then you can see 5 crons, okay. Oh, 1 cron failed actually yesterday. We'll fine tune this in week 5, but there should be a way for me to quickly kind of see what failed. All right, workspaces are back. Great, stand-ups back. The calendar view is no longer here, but I wonder if once we actually do a stand-up, if it'll populate. That kind of concerns me, but that's something we can fix after the fact. All right, great. I think now it's time to create our individual agent workspaces. So keep in mind, right, each agent should have its own workspace to operate out of. So its own soul, identity, memory, user, agents, tools, heartbeat, I believe backlog as well. One thing I also want to keep in mind when you're building this out is for the workspace tab on ops, you'll notice that we have agent files. There should be an easy way to filter between all of our agents. So I wonder if we add some filter pill tag options along the top, that we can just click on each individual agent and then all underlying information, right? The vertical menu bar on the left, as well as the markdown preview on the right, populates depending on which pill tag you click on. Additionally, we should have a shared workspace because I want to make sure that as this system builds, as we build more context into the system, as we operate from week to week, we have to make sure that the backlog on one agent isn't inconsistent with the backlog on another agent. So I wonder if there's something we can wire in to where the backlog is shared across all of our agents. So we're always in sync from that perspective. Additionally, I think the user should have a similar feature. So think critically about this, right? Think critically about making sure that we don't have stale data from one workspace to the next. And then build that out based on our current active team. That should be good enough there. And we'll vibe our way through it. And then since this is a big one, I will, yeah, right here. Yeah, I love it. And you're going to notice I vibe my way through it. Like, you can go to the website and copy paste these prompts. Let me know how they work, right? But I'm using them as a reference more than anything. I'm vibing my way through this build because that's how I like to build, right? And you get to see the raw output, the raw format, the raw back and forth. And then Joseph, no, we were just working on front end. We were working on visualizing the team before actually creating individual workspaces. So we didn't do that yet, right? We had this view, but this is simply cosmetic, right? This was for us to see what it would look like. Now we're building out that back end with each individual workspace for each individual agent that we've defined here. You can go the other way if you'd like. It's just a lot more maintenance and upkeep. Like if you change your mind on something, well, then you already built out a workspace. Then you're gonna have to prompt your OC agent to remove it. And I found that through my, I've lost count of how many OC setups I've built before I landed on Muddy, but I like taking this approach. I like making that decision rather than building it out, changing my mind, having OC make the change, but then having there be just a really disorganized code base, right? With old things that I thought I deleted that weren't deleted, right? So that's why I really like to go visualize first, make that commitment, and then build out that file system on the back end. So I hope you understand that approach. And I mean, this is a great intermission here. As you can see here, it's building out individual workspaces. So we're just going to simply wait and be patient. I have no thoughts on it. I haven't looked into this yet, personally. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you've tested it. Excuse me, man. Close that. KISS method. I've heard of this. What is the KISS method? Listen, I'm going to revert to comments because we're just sitting ducks here. It's doing a lot of work though, as you can see. And as much as I want to go preview Goat OS, it's just going to keep refreshing on us every time it makes changes. Nice. It actually did a great job on how I wanted it to look. Wonderful. Oh, let's remove that comment. So it has these filter pill tag options for each person. Great, easy way to view. The most dedicated, thorough, and relentless. I thought I was going to say SOB on the team. Take your work seriously, very seriously. 0 tolerance for mediocrity. I don't think we defined anything. We just told it what it's based off of, and it like pulled just base, soul, and identities. Let's see. Okay, yeah, undefined. So I think what we're also going to do today is have it. I'm just going to have it do some quick, deep research, quote unquote, as far as like populating the soul and identity a little bit more. I'm also noticing it's separated it into these categories. I don't really like that, but I get where it's going with it. It's cool. I just don't like it. Whatever. We'll keep it as is. This is where we fine-tune things in week 5. This is just a visual tweak. But I think today, since it's a part of the multi-agent team, I think we should definitely improve the soul and identity. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, Satyam. I didn't want to do it mid bootcamp because I want to focus on the build. So at the end, we can update it. Okay. Update it once and shared every agency's. Okay, I do have some questions though on that. All right, when it comes to the user MD being linked, update it once and shared. I'm noticing individual user MD, for example, and looks like backlog as well. Are they the same? Oh yeah, they are the same. Okay. Oh, I see that shared link now. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is great. Okay. I'm just going to not prompt this because there's no point in saying it. Looking good. Looking good. So let's move on to step 2 is, let's make sure we tackled everything. So I'm actually going to feed you a prompt that I'm handing out in the bootcamp on our landing page. And I want you to cross-reference what we built versus what we talk about in the prompt to see if there's any discrepancies here. So don't take action on this. I want you to compare. So this is for you guys, right? Oh, that's our token ID, isn't it? Why didn't that copy prompt? I got to fix that. Looks like that's not working. This is for those who actually want to copy in this prompt to kind of see what the differences are between my approach of vibing versus pasting in that comprehensive prompt. Love it. So it found some gaps. So I'm going to have it execute on this. All right. I trust you. Go for it. Close these gaps. Hey, thanks for answering, Derek. Oh, thank you. That's right. Derek took the time to download every transcript from every Office episode from every season. So we're going to have to feed that into our agent. I think that's how you have to talk to it, to be honest. Yeah, and does everybody here know the differences between an agent and a sub-agent? Do I have to clarify that on stream? If you don't, I made a pretty good video that I think is informative, explaining the differences between an agent and a sub-agent and when you should call one versus the other. It's in my bootcamp curriculum, but we've already kind of talked about it. I've made videos about it. So the question is, do you guys want a quick explainer or not? Because as of now, I'm going to mark that as complete, right? And then we're registering an OpenClaw right now. And now next up is the PM board is the single source of truth. Yeah, why not? Like, listen, I know everybody's situation is different, but I want to give you some perspective, right? Do you go to the bars? Do you eat out? One or the other, right? Let's say you eat out. Let's say you eat out 20 times a month. 3/4 of your month, you have lunch out. What's the average cost per lunch? Depending on where you are, most places, $20 US. Well, all you got to do is sacrifice 10 lunches eating out to afford a Claude Max subscription. The bars, depending on the type of spender you are, that's one night. Like, so thinking from the perspective of it's like, okay, what in my life can I slightly sacrifice to then apply towards a test in 1 month, right? I'm just saying, just perspective. It's like most of us can afford it. We just don't really look at it from that lens. At first, to me, I was like, I'm never paying $200 a month. And then, you know, just me having this channel and using these tools every day, like the only $200 a month sub I don't have is ChatGPT, and that's going to change very soon because I want to start a fresh OC build on only 5.4. Make a video around it, test it. I have a particular use case for that. It's not going to replace MuddyOS. Listen, MuddyOS is here to stay. Like it's solid. And when I was first setting it up and going through all the different iterations of MuddyOS, it's like, Derek will tell you, I maxed out my weekly usage on Claude Max in 5 days, like pretty much 2 weeks in a row, because of how much work and hours I was putting into it, testing, breaking things, unhappy with things, starting from scratch. You know what I mean? Like it's, I think it's worth it, but listen, you know you better than anybody else. That kind of reminds me of, I know you, you know you, you know that I know that you know you. What movie is that from? Dodgeball. Dodgeball? I think Dodgeball. Anyway, you know you better than anybody else. So if you don't think you would use that sub, then by all means, like, don't go pay for something you're not going to use. I'm a big advocate for starting small, starting lean. I was on a $20 a month sub of Claude for months, probably 6 months. And then I was alternating. I had multiple pro subs. So I would max out in an hour or two, and then I'd move to my second sub and my third sub. But that got so just overwhelming of tedious of having to switch from sub to sub. I finally just bit the bullet and got the 20X. And I used 70 to 80% easily per week on both. Yeah, right? It's a one night at the bar, but hey, good for you. Good for you. I feel like when we're younger, we have more of those nights at the bar. As we get a little older, listen, I haven't had a hangover in well over 2 years, going on my third year of no nothing. So I forgot what that feels like. You use what properly? I know I just went off on a rant, life lesson rant, a perspective rant while we're waiting for this build to complete. Yeah, and I think there's something to this, right? Like, not everybody needs the 20X. This is why you work up to it. The beauty of these subs is they're month to month. You're not in a year-long commitment, right? So start with the 20, then maybe start with the 100. If you're I'm a big advocate for that. Justify the expense before you make, the purchase or the commitment. be honest, I drank too much coffee today. Yeah, and hey, I got it. Like, I respect it. Like, I don't want to try to tell you how to do things, tell you you're doing things wrong. I was just trying to give a little perspective into, you know, I had some friends reach out to me about this, about the expenses per month. And I was like, because I know them very well. And I'm like, dude, like, come on. You know how much you're spending on the side. You know how much you're spending for lunch, et cetera, et cetera. Like, all you got to do is sacrifice a few meals a month to afford it, right? That's just, you know, I digress. I'll stop. I know everyone's situation is different. Everybody's income is different. Everybody's place in this world as far as like geographic region and level of income is completely different. I know $200 a month in one country is just insane versus in another country, it's nothing. So I have to respect that. And please understand, like, I'm not trying to talk negatively on anybody. I'm just trying to share some perspective. That's all. All right, all green. Every gap from the bootcamp prompt is closed. All 5 have emoji communication style. What? I thought we said no emojis, but we'll fine tune that in episode 5. Added to all agents. Created all workspaces. All right, next up, I think is we have our placeholder PM board. I want to build this out as the single source of truth. So I'm actually, since that prompt was very comprehensive for the last one, I'm just going to copy our prompt from our curriculum guide. I'm going to paste this in here. Let me know if you have any questions. Keep in mind, like, moving forward, right? We want our agents to always reference this prompt. After their daily stand-ups that we're going to configure later in this episode is the prompt board should be where they put action items, to-do items. Anything they discuss should go on the prompt board. And we're just going to paste that in there. All right. Yeah, for anybody curious, let's double check. Yeah, all these prompts, if you go to the website, they're all here. Let me know if you run into any bugs there. As I mentioned, I always update this 48 hours roughly after a live stream once the transcript is ready. So I'll make sure, you know, I review it, you know, Friday, roughly. Yeah, I've noticed that with the Pro sub as well. It's very slow, but luckily for, like, I think for most of us, it's like we get spoiled with how fast things respond nowadays, to where we'll go and use something else that just takes a fraction longer and we're like, wow, how slow is this? But I use Codex very minimally right now. And I wonder if it speeds up on the Plus plan or whatever, the $200 a month plan. I'm not sure. I haven't been able to compare. I'm just doing the $20 a month plan, but it works for me because any tasks I have for Codex, I'm not waiting for the response, right? It's something I check back in, 10, 15 minutes to an hour. So it works great for me as is with its slow speed. Yeah, I feel like GPT 5.4, I've been hearing great things. I've experienced great things with my minimal testing. I do plan on making some videos around this, comparing with Opus 4.6 at some point. They're in my queue, but I'm kind of prioritizing what we're working on here in the bootcamp. Let's go and see. That's another thing. Depending on where you are, you might get it cheaper. Can you give us the alpha? How are you getting it cheaper? I'd love to know. Is it your billing address? That's why, I'm guessing. Because I want to know. I think everybody in here wants to know how to get away with paying $150 or $120 instead of $200. Please, Dark, and thank you. I sacrificed and now I'm hungry. That's about how it goes. That's about how it goes. Okay, nice, nice. So you can justify the expense. Right? It's not like a sub that you're paying for that you're only using once a month, right? Okay, and I really didn't want to have to take a bio break, but this coffee's catching up to me. While this is working, I'm going to take a quick 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, look at that. It's still working. I was this close to making another cup of coffee as well. This close. Yeah, I don't know when I started saying this. I think I've been in Europe for too long. Spill the beans. Yeah, Dark, let us know. I have a spare trash can MacBook that I'm using to follow along. This boot camp is a testing machine. I'm using the free. Nice. Let's go. Very nice. Is it an M series or is it older? Is it like an Intel series? I'm just curious to know like what hardware you're running on so that I'm aware of it. All right. That was a nice big session there. Okay, nice. We'll check that out in a second. Count badges, task cards. Okay. Review. That's waiting for us to approve, right? I didn't see it. I saw that you said you get it cheaper, but not how. Okay, nice. Oh damn, you got a Xeon. Very nice. So 6 cores, how many threads? You could, in theory, turn that into like a VM server in a way, and it can host multiple OC agents. 64 gigs of memory too, that's more than enough. Nice. Nice setup there. If you don't see it, blame YouTube's trash live stream chat. Ah, that's a bummer. Yeah, it probably flagged things automatically. All right, let's go view these changes here. Ooh, very detailed, but I love the history kind of viewpoint. But I'm noticing like there's no data inline for each card. So I see you put some to-do items based on the infrastructure we want to configure. And when I'm looking at the card preview, I see a lot of context. However, when I click the card to go full screen, I see 0 context. There's a clear disconnect here from the pop-up module versus the preview module. Interesting. YouTube doesn't want you to save money. Right on, right on. I can share it from there. Let's see. Found a clear disconnect here. Gams go and pay a private person to get it cheaper. What's Gams go? I don't want to pull it on screen because I don't want people to think this is like paid advertisement or anything. But I'm going to look into that. Thank you. Oh. I think that's why YouTube didn't let you say it. So I'll say this in Discord, not on air. But interesting, interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, cool. Right on. Gotta make sure I bring like a charcuterie board in here with some olives and some little, you know, some little appetizers while I stream for hours. Now I'm getting hungry. Love that it's doing a lot of work here. Hey, G-Man, we'll send out a little batch here towards the end. So stay tuned. Okay, fixed a lot. Shown client deliverables, which is the old schema. The right panel has the old client deliverables section. Let me replace it with a proper task summary. You know, one thing I kind of want to do, this would steer away from being an efficient boot camp, is using convex to store all our data on the back end. I feel like convex is more, no, we're going to keep this simple. I think I'll do a whole nother boot camp on that, you know, where we explore different databases rather than storing things locally. Yeah, that's the move. Okay. Let's go check those changes, shall we? Nice. Man, I gotta say, I love this PM board better than the way mine is laid out right now. Sheesh. Now, where did all these to-do items come from? Is this demo data, or are these things that you're recommending that we build out for our multi-agent team? I'm very curious because I didn't give you any of this context. So I'm curious as to where it's coming from. Unless it did pull from my user MD and the brief amount of context I've given it, you know? I gotta say, I just went to check. I don't normally keep an eye on it, but 35 of you are watching and there's 32 likes. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. There should always be an equal number of likes to active viewers. That should be a rule of thumb, right? Ooh, and today, you know what I forgot to do? It's standard operating procedure for me on Muddy OS. Every morning I start with a /new. Looks like it's compacting context because I did not start with a /new today. We'll see how that affects the rest of the build. Should be fine, but one rule of thumb I always operate off of is that. All right, so this is almost done, so we can check that off as we fine tune it. And then we're moving along to the executive stand-ups. So one thing I'm also realizing is, right, I'm building this out to manage tools for clients or manage websites for clients, but we didn't give it any code bases to manage. So I'm wondering if for the sake of this demo, this boot camp, if we give it ClawCrib and Prompt Browser as two separate accounts to manage. What do you guys think? Or should we build just, because listen, I'm not gonna put actual client data here on stream, okay? That's just not a good practice to expose client data on a live stream like this. So I wouldn't mind exposing projects I've built on live streams. I think that's the move, but I'd love to hear the feedback from the community in the chat. I have way too much open. Let me close some things. Yeah, I have been noticing some hardware limitations when I'm exporting in DaVinci Resolve and I try to multitask too much. It's pulling way too much resources with all the VMs open and everything. That's really the only time I see this M1 lacking. Next up is the standups. We're going to copy this whole thing, get it ready to paste in. Okay, yeah, the bootcamp prompt does say seed 3 tasks per agent for demo purposes, right? So when you're following along with that prompt, make sure, you know, these are things you have to, this is why I show the process of vibing back and forth. So you can see real time what I run into in hopes that this is going to help you on your build as well. Yeah, I think we should definitely kill that demo data. It's not a bad idea to store it somewhere though, to reference. You know, because these are all just like standard operating procedures, right? So I think now's the time to also kind of think from that perspective of what our SOPs are, where we're going to place them, how we're going to make sure that each agent feeds off of, you know, the relevant SOP for their account or for their, you know, task. But yeah, nuke the demo data for sure. We can always come back to this. But given off my brain dump, let me know what your thoughts are from this note. Okay. Bam. Random question: what happened to Sakura in stream and Discord? He was building. Yeah, I remember. He might be deep in the trenches right now. You know, building. One thing to keep in mind with our Discord, right? I really want to. How do I say this? I don't think that would have been rude to say, but I really want to like bring together a group of builders who are actually not only asking questions to each other, but answering questions to each other, sharing what they're building, right? I get we're all on the internet. We don't know each other. We're very shy out the gate, but you know, we do have certain rules in the Discord. We have a bot that automatically trims and kicks people who have been inactive for too long. So if you're not engaging, if you join the Discord just to silently watch, just know you'll be kicked. That's not on me. That's just a rule that's in the Discord, and Discord gets pruned, I think, on a weekly basis based off of certain criteria. So listen, like, just come to build, be curious, share, help answer questions, ask questions, right? Not only to me, right? It's not just a place to ask me questions. It's a place to discuss and be a community, right? So yeah, just wanted to kind of put that little note out there before I send out a Discord invite. On Muddy, yeah, I don't do my infra updates on Muddy live. That's just not something I'm willing to do. Because those are Saturdays for me. Those are always Saturdays for me. This is when I disconnect. I don't want to have to think about possibly exposing some data I didn't mean to expose. I'm just not going to do that. For GOAT, though, maybe we do. But it's like, I want to think from the perspective of people who are only watching this bootcamp. I don't want to do work on GOAT outside of the bootcamp. So maybe that's something we do after the bootcamp. But like, I really want to keep GOAT focused on Wednesdays and not do work outside of Wednesdays. That way we don't have any skeptics trying to accuse us of falsifying or staging data, because that's not what we're doing here. We're literally showing you the build from start to finish. I mean, yeah, we already have that shared directory. Yeah, I think SOPs, it's a mix between me writing them and also the agent finding gaps, right? On our weekly stand-ups or daily stand-ups that you're going to start to run after we set them up next, is like, I think those should be self-improved. So I think we need to add to our list to create a cron that self-improves SOPs once a week, right? That analyzes what was followed throughout any given week, right? I don't think we need an SOP field on PM board tasks, but if you think that's the move, listen, you wired it however you see fit, however you think is the right way to do it. I know this is adding on to something we never even kind of discussed or thought about planning out the curriculum, so. All right, now we're waiting here. Yeah, I think ClawCrib is the move. I wouldn't have Muddy OS. I wouldn't hand off Muddy OS's code base to Goat, personally, no. It's just not the right use case. It needs to be a product or a website or something I've built and managed for a client. And ClawCrib and Prompt Browser can be used that way. But Muddy OS is an entire system. It's got a lot of data. I wouldn't take that approach with that. But thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, so I think it's a common misconception that once you set up a multi-agent team, they'll just randomly communicate with each other. Listen, if you don't have that in your context, if you don't have any type of intent behind that and explain it, it's not going to do it autonomously. The way I have my agent team talk to each other is they do daily stand-ups, they do weekly reviews to kickstart the week, as well as weekly executive syncs, reviewing the past week, figuring out if there's any stale data, et cetera, et cetera. And then more recently, now on Saturdays, which is normally their day off, they come and talk big picture vision. They don't reference anything from day-to-day operations. It's all big picture vision, bringing ideas to the table. I have cron jobs and skills for every single one of these. Took a lot of trial and error getting that to work. So we will go through that a little bit later. So hey, thanks Ethan. Thanks for the great question. And I hope that briefly explains like how I have mine set up to give you some ideas on how to set it up. Yeah, I know. His screenshot was kind of crazy. All right, next up should be wiring standups. Yeah, I'm also going to give you the prompt from our bootcamp curriculum. Don't just blindly execute on it, right? Reference all the work we've done during this session and make sure we're not being repetitive or redundant. Bam. All right. Yeah, so this is I wish I could answer this better. I'll have a better answer for this probably by May if I'm being realistic with the timeline. I'll be back at my server infrastructure in California at the beginning of the month. I do have some other priorities to take care of, but I do plan on migrating these two existing VMs onto that rack mount. And that server can host up to 12 OC setups. So I haven't yet set up that multi-OC kind of communication link. But once I do, I'll have more to provide. I'll be making videos around it. I think it makes sense to do a boot camp on it as well. How to connect multiple, and you'll be able to see my entire infrastructure through my VMware ESXi vSphere kind of GUI back at that network. But I don't have access to it right now. That server is technically offline and unplugged and on a shelf in the storage closet. So I actually have to kind of do some maintenance on that server rack when I get back, deploy it, and get that working again. So yeah, I wish I can speak to that. But it doesn't hurt. If you are unaware, we launched this between two live streams. Go to clawcrib.com. It's completely free to use. Go to help and ask that in here and see what it says. It references two single points. It references the github.com/openclaw/openclaw and all underlying releases. Additionally, it only references the docs.openclaw.ai documentation for its answers. So maybe that'll be helpful. Let me know if that's helpful or not. Any bugs you find, please drop it in feedback here. You do have to authenticate with your GitHub account to post, but you can pretty much use all this for free. And I'll be testing these templates coming soon. These were built by by my agent, or rather, these were actually built by Opus 4.6, referencing the docs. So I haven't thoroughly tested these. Keep in mind, this entire site is beta, so it's going to be buggy, but looking forward to your feedback on that front. All right, it's building it out. pull that in right there. Nice. It went ahead and built 2 crons for us as well. Not yet. I want to make sure there's a few key characteristics with these stand-ups, right? So each individual agent that we've created, let me go reference the team. They should operate, right? Each individual agent with their own workspace. Is it still doing work? Should operate off of Opus 4.6. When these stand-ups occur, I want to be able to see that each individual session with each individual agent are actually communicating back and forth in the active sessions window, right? That's critical. I don't want staged information. I don't want a topic to be entered and then you predefine the conversation. The conversation needs to be organic from agent to agent, right? So it's going to take its sweet time. It might take 8 to 10 minutes to complete, but that's the core functionality of how our stand-ups should operate. Please confirm that that's the way you've configured things. And if not, please configure it. Whew. My back just cracked just from grabbing the upper part of my shoulder right there. Wow. Cron fires a single isolated session that spawns 5 sub-agents via session spawn. Real sessions, Opus 4.6, visible and active sessions, agents reading each other's reports and actually responding to dependency, organic smash script. Yep. These are key things that you got to vibe through. And the reason I knew to do this is because I've gone through the trial and error of fine-tuning Muddy OS and my stand-ups and the way it communicates. So I hope this is helpful for people watching. That's why it's critical. Don't just copy the prompts on the curriculum. The prompts we use as a reference. We vibe through this build live. So if you don't watch these lives and just copy paste those prompts, you're not going to get the output that we're going to have at the end of this series, right? I cannot stress that enough. This is why, like, when people were asking for prompts for Muddy OS, it's like, I can give them, but it's not going to yield you the results that I have, right? Like, you have to go through this back and forth because a master prompt is not going to give you everything. It'll help you build out different features, but the core of how things work, you have to vibe through the process. Wow, that was quick. You're already done? I think we should spin up a session based on a topic, but before we do, I want to make sure that you wired everything together because that was suspiciously quick. That was suspiciously quick. Master prompt is no git pull. Facts. We do. What's up, Max? Thanks for tuning in. So I don't have any messaging channels set up outside of this. We're going to do that later in this boot camp, as I think Discord or Telegram are going to be our routes. But I'm building this solely out of the gateway dashboard for OpenClaw. This is what we've been building. And yes, as you can see here, there is a mission control. We have an ops module, we have a brain module, we have a lab module. So if you've been following along, if you haven't, maybe this is the first episode you're watching. I literally show you start to finish what we're building, how we're building it. The master prompts that you're going to see on the website aren't going to yield you these results unless you're actually watching me communicate with the agent back and forth, right? Because I vibe, I kind of improvise a lot of the build as well. I use the prompts more as a reference than anything. Yeah, so I reference it once it's done doing work, right? We're doing a lot of work. We've built a lot out. We have our team, beginning of this episode, we fed it an office layout for the office, and it kind of came up with this, which I thought was pretty cool. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for now. Then we have our PM board, right? Our Standups, Workspace for all of our individual agents that we just created, right? So yeah, no, we definitely have a nice front end built here. It's just, I'm prompting here. So you don't see that yet. Yeah, no, but hey, I love seeing a new face. So forgive me if I don't remember your name from previous streams, but this is the first time I'm seeing it. So welcome. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Yeah. Listen, like vibing, give it the master prompt, but vibe through the process as well. Don't just take what it gives you and think it's going to work. You know, I think that's one of the common misconceptions is, oh, I can rebuild this with one prompt. Yes and no. Like, yes, you can screenshot MuddyOS and rebuild it visually. But are you going to be able to wire everything together on the back end? No, because you don't know how I have things configured, right? So this is why I wanted to take this approach with this bootcamp of just showing you the raw step-by-step back and forth that I take. A lot of this is, you know, I have things dialed in because of how many things I've built and how many setups I've scratched for MuddyOS. And I can't really speak to other things I'm working on, but yes, listen, I have deployed a lot of OC setups now at this point. So I'm very efficient with my approach now. Yeah, listen, I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't think it's for everybody. I think it's a fun thing to learn for sure, without doubt. However, to figure out if it's actually going to give you any type of ROI, whether that's a metric based off of time, or if you want it to make you money in your sleep, you have to first learn how it works and how to set it up and go through the trial and error of playing with different configurations, first and foremost, right? All right, let's review this because I'm squirreling here a little bit. Yeah, okay, that's cool. It's going to spawn 5 Opus sessions. Each one will read an empty board. Okay, it's actually fine for our first run. The agent should honestly report, no tasks assigned. PM board is empty, but it means the first stand-up, nothing to report, nothing to watch. Okay. Yeah, but if I give you a topic to talk about, right? Like let's say I say, hey, we have a blank database. I want to do X, Y, and Z. That gives them enough context to start that conversation, right? I think additionally for our stand-ups, we shouldn't limit the number of rounds. I think it should be a minimum of 3 rounds and a maximum of maybe 15 rounds. That might be overkill, but maybe let's call it 10 rounds. That way, you know, each agent needs to really fight back. If one agent doesn't agree with the other, it shouldn't just blindly agree, right? So I don't think I've fed you this context of how I want these agents to operate. I know that each individual agent, as we populate their soul and identity, this will determine the stand-up. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But for this first one, since we're live streaming this, and we're setting this up so that when I leave this system running for the next week and we come back and revisit all the stand-ups, I want to make sure that it was smooth sailing for 7 days straight or 8 days straight. So don't do a dry run yet. Answer my question first. And then additionally, I want to wire in, if you didn't already, in the mission control, the sessions. We should add pill tags per agent, right? So depending on who spins up what session, if it's GOAT, it should have a pill tag for GOAT, which is going to be most of the sessions, right? But when they start communicating back and forth, I want to visually see that there's actually separate sessions. And I want to see, depending on who's spinning up that session, who's responding to who, we see in line, right? A filter pill tag per agent. Please wire that in. And then we'll do a topic for our first stand-up here in a moment. Yeah, I think we're gonna do like a self-improvement stand-up. I think the topic will be like, this is a blank database. This is meant for client work. What can we do to improve the system? Please analyze the code base, et cetera, et cetera. And then they start going back and forth on different things to add or incorporate or things that might be missing. I think that's gonna be a good first stand-up. And then they'll have enough context to when they run their dailies, hopefully they just kind of just start working, you know? Okay, it's updating, so I'll get back to some comments here real quick. I'll be using prompt browser, parts of your prompts. Let's go, right on. Yeah, and like, please do let me know. I didn't add a feedback tab to prompt browser. I probably should. That way people can report bugs like they can on ClawCrib. But I'm just thrilled that it's such a simple tool, such a simple idea. Question, ClawCrib, you got agents in there that's fully ready to go? Elaborate, what do you mean? If you're talking about for Goat, I didn't feed that code base to it yet. Oh, for sure. I'm gonna be honest, like I'm just gonna prompt Goat and say, hey, I'd like to update the soul and identity for each individual agent based off of their actual personalities on the show. And then eventually, I think in episode 5, what we can do is, you know, that's for fine tuning things, making sure things are working, improving things. I think that would be the move to actually analyze the soul and identity at that point. I really want to keep it as simple as possible right now, but, of course I'll show you. I'll show you everything in this system. Everything you want to see, every page, every folder, everything. I'll show you. Except, of course, my setup token. Keep your hands off. Don't try to steal my tokens. Yeah, we've been, like, I'm setting this up in a similar fashion that I did with Muddy. Goat's my executive assistant, right? He's setting everything up. He's wiring everything together for me. He's my single point of contact right now. But for the sake of the bootcamp, because everybody wants to see, you know, how to set up individual chats per agent and all that, we're going to do that on episode 5. I don't think that's a thing for today because we haven't set up any delivery channels. We're strictly working out of the Gateway dashboard right now. Okay, some key notes here. Topic is context. We'll call these ad hoc stand-ups, right? Soul drives behavior. Dynamic rounds. Wonderful. All right, before we do any topics, I want you to take a moment to do some deep research into each of our agents, right? They're based off of a television series. Don't get too in depth, but I want to add some character to our agents. I want to improve the soul and identity based off of your findings with these characteristics from these characters from this TV show. Let me know if you have any questions, and please do outline your discovery and what you're going to be updating as well. So we're already going to kind of do some inline right now because I do want to, you know, we have a very basic soul and identity for each agent, and I want to expand on it a little bit. It just goes to Wikipedia. That's hilarious. You guys remember that episode with Michael Scott? Oh, Wikipedia is an amazing thing. Anybody from anywhere in the world can go and leave a message, so you know you're getting the best information possible. goodness. I know Derek knows what I'm talking about. Any Office fans in here should know exactly that skit I'm referencing. I think it was when Daryl was asking for a raise and he got all this information off of Wikipedia. And he was using it to negotiate certain tactics. Oh, that's great. No, the agent skills is next week. Skills, automations, workflows, that all ties together. So we're doing that next week. Let me actually confirm. All right, so we're almost done with Standup Cron. We're kind of working on these two in line. And then dashboard wiring, delegation playbook. Yeah, no, we're just these left for this episode. I want to kind of briefly go over this. Let's see. I won't read through this line for line. I'm just briefly scanning it. Big tuna from Andy, Jimbo from Michael. Slow talking, food obsessed, seems dim-witted. Aw, poor guy. But won a poker World Series of Poker in 2002. Okay. Nah, I trust you. Proceed with changes, please. Yeah, I had way too much coffee. I'm just gonna stop talking right there. I won't go down a little squirrel here, but I think I need to start putting some food in my mouth here. I at least have this mix of nuts right here with some cashews, some pecans, macadamians, almonds. Looks like that's about it. Probably should have muted the mic. I hope you guys didn't just hear me chewing and drinking there. That's my bad. I'll be honest, I don't like how there's a workspace than Workspaces here. It's kind of annoying, but we're just gonna let it ride. Day YouTube came out, I didn't work for a week. Yeah, I remember this one too. Interesting. I'd need a little bit more context to be helpful here. Are you in the Discord by chance? This is also a great way to test this new tool. Try to go to clawcrib.com, go to help, and share what you're running into. Share your setup, share what you're running into, and see what it suggests. I'm curious if it'll help you. I know it's already helped a few people in the community here. Not yet. So we got to do one final thing with these stand-ups is I want each stand-up, once it's complete, to be autonomously transcribed voice or text to voice. So let's use a free open source solution. I think it's TTS by Microsoft. We're going to need to obviously dial in unique voices per character. I'm going to first trust that you kind of dial things in yourself based on each character. But I want to be able to listen to the stand-up as well as read it. I should be able to choose one versus the other. I think that once the stand-up's complete, the audio should be generated based off of the transcription, right, of the meeting. Let me know what's involved with wiring this together. This is a critical step before we give you any test topics here. Now, alternatively, you can use 11 Labs here. I don't want to have to pay for it right now, so we're using an open source solution. That's a good question, because when I first configured mine, I thought from the perspective of an organization just having a quick stand-up meeting, right? So I called them stand-ups instead of meetings. It probably would make sense to call it meetings, but since we've already coded everything on the back end as far as stand-ups config files, I'm going to leave it as is, but you're welcome to call yours meetings, right? You can call yours whatever you'd like. There's no way it's going to take 30 minutes. Voicebox. I'm going to take a look at it really quickly, but for the sake of the bootcamp, I might have to go with what I know first and foremost. Who's it by? Is it .sh? Okay. Open source voice cloning. Okay, so it's a voice cloning. Interesting. Local first, free forever. No, I found it, Dark. Thank you, though. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but that's funny. They're auto-resigned. You're fired. Agents firing agents. Yeah, thank you, Dark. I'm going to check this out as well. We're going to have our agent look into it. It's by Jamie Pine, right? I hope I didn't just pull the wrong repo here. Let's do source, please. Build it. All right, Dark, thanks for the feedback. We're doing a quick pivot from TTS to Voicebox. Yeah, I'm really hoping it's not too resource heavy here. We're about to find out. Because the issue I also have is I only have so much resources to go around on this primary workstation here. So let's go into Goat here, because I have a feeling we're going to have to do some things in the terminal. We're just going to wait for it to try itself. I mean, it's getting creative, so it's kind of doing things on its own, so we'll see. Guess we can go back here. We'll go back into the VM if we need to. I love it, Dark. This is what community is all about. Just sharing what you find, sharing what you're using, right? I love it. Thank you. Oh, I'll check out the showcase channel later tonight. I will be honest, right after this live stream, I'm going straight to dinner. I'm starved. So I'm going to disconnect for a few hours, lock back in a little bit before I pass out. Savage. Thank you. That's amazing. I love it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for staying up. Wow, 4 a.m. Did you wake up for the stream or did you just stay up all night? We're just waiting here. Man, I appreciate your dedication. That's amazing. That's amazing. So that means you woke up at 2 a.m. That's wild. Thank you, sir. Yeah, there's something different about tuning in live versus watching the recording, because you actually get to ask and get answered questions, and you just get to be involved in the chat as well. For me, like watching live streams after they went live, I usually don't do it unless, of course, it's something like this, which people rarely do, right? Most live streams you see are for entertainment purposes. Content like this, they'll fine tune in a long form video. But I think this is, one series that's worth also watching the recording as well. True. Yeah, I'm not that type. I can't. If the game already happened, I'm not about to watch a recording of it. I'll watch highlights, right? Summarized highlights. Even if I already know the outcome, I'd rather see some highlights. But watching it from scratch, from start to finish, no. Okay, yeah, right on. Well, hey, man, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You're a champ. What time does the sun rise over there? Is it 7 a.m. or 6? Hopefully I don't stream too late here to where, where the sky is blue and it's difficult to pass out. I know this pivot to Voicebox over TTS is probably adding some time here, which I'm not mad at. I love trying new things. And to me, if we can accomplish a voice clone of, I don't think we'll be able to do it today to make Jim sound like Jim, et cetera, et cetera. We'll have to provide some source some source office episodes with the voices. But the fact that we can clone those voices, that's really cool. Man, it's really doing the most with Voicebox right now. I think I'm going to take this opportunity. Now, now I'm drinking too much water. Yeah, I think so. Especially for an office themed setup. I think it's worth it. Okay, right on. I know there's few places in the world that no matter what, like the times don't change. I think Thailand's one of them, right? I think it's 7 to 7, no matter what, right? Sun rises, sun sets, same time of the day, every single day of the year. I'll be honest, I kind of would prefer that. I don't like how we're always changing times here. I would prefer nice consistency in that sunrise and sunset, but there's something special about these unique, different times of sunrises and sunsets. Like you tend to catch different scenes if you're a photographer and you like photographing these things. I've noticed different times of the year gives you different results, All right, this is really doing its thing. Sorry, I drank too much water. Bio break. Give me 2 minutes. I had to go sneak a little tangerine too. It's truly getting creative and doing everything. I don't have to do a dang thing. It's nice. Hey, all right, Dark. Okay. Go Niners all day. Every day. I love it. Still heartbroken about this year. Yeah, I feel it. Oh, is that because of everything going on in the Middle East, I believe? I mean, best of both worlds right there, you know? What part were you going to go to? Last time I was there, I was in Phuket. Oh man, I can go down a rabbit hole with you right now, but I'm gonna keep this OC related. We can talk more in the Discord. Yeah. This was a rough year. It was like we had everything lined up to just play at home all the way through the playoffs, into the bowl. Could not beat Seattle week 18. I mean, on our home turf as well. Like, it's just, come on now. Okay, I literally just tabbed over as it. Oh no, let's refresh this page here. Yeah, I've been running into this a little bit too much. Let me grab that code really quick. I wonder if an update will fix that. Let's connect, go back to chat. Interesting bug right now. I'm just going to work out of the VM then. True. Hey, this year is going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. We still have Ricky. We now have Mike Evans and then Christian Kirk as well. I mean, whew. Defense should be at full strength. I believe we got back, blanking on his name right now. Greenlaw, right? Should be a great year. We're just patiently waiting right now for OC to do its thing. So we're going to vibe with Q&A and just vibe in the chat. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Well, safe travels to you when you make your way out there. I hope you have some fun. Hope you have a good time. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, we'll make sure we're updated for next week as well. Yep. And Bosa. As long as everyone can stay healthy. You know what I mean? Like, just stay healthy, please. For the love of stay healthy. Now we can get out of there. Go back to the VM. Wait, really? You're doing that over here as well? Come on now. We're having a little bit of an issue here, huh? It's like I should have some patience, but since both chats are doing this, I hate to do it, but I think I gotta force a gateway restart. Oh, that's why it's trying to load Michael Scott main. Interesting. So all we got to do here is type in main over Michael Scott. Weird glitch, huh? Every time I update that, I think that's the issue. What's a quick workaround here? Unless did Michael Scott take over as the... No, he didn't. What happened to Goat here? We're going to work with Michael Scott here. I know. Where's the goat gone? What is going on here? Yeah, I'm guessing, right? A lot of that fix happened between here and here. All right, let's just update it real quick. So for anybody watching the boot camp, forgive me. We're going to continue on with the multi-agent setup after this quick update. That's actually something I could have tried there. Oh, HTTPS, right? Oh no, that's actually, that's not even Goat, that's Muddy. Whoops. Where's Goat? There's Goat. Is SSL not enforced? There we go. So we are on the latest version. Just do a hard refresh. Paste in that token. Interesting. Let's go ahead. Whoops. There it is. Let's just copy that. No. Too late, Peter. I didn't want to, but here we are. We are back. We are back, baby. Now, main. No, that's main heartbeat. It's interesting. Yeah, they changed the layout just a touch, huh? Oh, nice. It resolved itself over here as well. Huh. When we go into agents, that might have been a mistake, but we're rolling with it. So this boot camp is now turning into an update troubleshooting mid boot camp. And it looks like, can we now? Wait, what happened to the chat? Am I blind? Is it under sessions? Should be able to click main. Oh no, I guess it is main heartbeat, right? Because if we scroll up, we see a lot of our history here. All right, where do we stand? Yeah, I guess it is main heartbeat. No, I don't. It didn't overwrite the workspace because if we go look at the file tree, right? This should be our main workspace. This is actually kind of a mess. No, this is our main workspace, and then we have individual workspaces for each agent here, plus the shared, right? Oh, I'm still on that other, let's go back here. So you were incorporating a Voicebox to transcribe our stand-ups before we ran a test on stand-ups. But then I had to update OpenClaw mid-session. And I'm also noticing now I don't have access to main. I only have access to this main, but it's labeled as main heartbeat. This is the same chat that we've been working out of for the past 3 hours, correct? What's up, Kylie? Yeah, of course. Hey, thank you for the, forgive me to everybody watching if that was too loud. I didn't see any notes, so I just turned it a notch down, so that should be good now. Okay, no. Yeah, listen, we might have to go with TTS because this is taking us down a rabbit hole I don't want to go down for the sake of the boot camp, for the sake of being efficient. Interesting. Why are we queued here? I don't see any way to force this message. What happened to that stop feature that we used to have? That's a bummer. I'm guessing this downloads the whole transcript now. Yeah, there's no more stop feature to stop doing it. Yeah, I think at the end of the series, sure. But I definitely squirreled too hard here. Definitely went down a path we shouldn't have gone down, but it's okay. We'll recover. It's actually a question for Claw Crib. See what it says. I think it's actually just working actively in the background. Wow, what is going on here? Who am I? Who are you? Interesting. Well, this is a first for me. Looks like that update. I can't tell if it was the Voicebox that caused a lot of these issues that led us down this rabbit hole. All right, looks like we recovered, but wow. So if you run into this issue, you just got the step-by-step fix on screen. Now, instead of doing Voicebox, I'd rather do Microsoft TTS, the open source. No, it's not. It just queues the message now. The stop button essentially disappeared. It's very odd. Move to some external app for chat. Okay. Sadly, we didn't set up an external app, so. We fixed it. Thanks for the tip, though. Thanks for the tip, though. Goat's not gone. Goat's not gone. OC just had a bit of a hiccup. We have backups, daily backups, so we could go that direction if we need to, but I think we've recovered to the point where we were, which is great. Wait, so is Voicebox actually set up? Is there anything else that we need to do? Were you downloading a lot of data there? Because we were getting ready to run test stand-ups, test meetings to see if they worked, right? But you went down this rabbit hole of installing Voicebox, and that's when OpenClaw broke on me. Your main chat essentially disappeared. I had to update OpenClaw, and then we've just restored you. You had a hallucination saying you didn't know who you were, and now here we are. I talk to my agent a lot like this. I mean, I haven't ran into something like this in ages, but this is how I talk to it. I just share the play-by-play of everything that happened. Amazing though, we recovered. We recovered. Unexpected. Unexpected. Yeah, kill Voicebox, use Edge TTS. Because we're almost done here. I want to test the stand-up and move along on this boot camp so we can finish this setup. We just took a 45-minute detour, maybe 30-minute detour. We were trying this new open source thing called Voicebox, which is probably something I should have tried off air. I know Edge TTS works, so that led us down a path of having to update OpenClaw because the main agent chat disappeared, and just some mistakes, that's all, and we recovered. And I just showed the step-by-step on screen as far as like the steps I took to recover. So blessing in disguise. I mean, this is going to bring value to somebody, right? Somebody's going to run into that at some point. And hopefully part of this boot camp will bring value into how to recover. Oh, got to update that camera, huh? All right, we are back. Interesting changes to the chat here. I can't say I like them. It even broke video, damn. No, that's what happens when you forget your dummy battery back in California and I'm over here in Europe and I don't see the point in buying another dummy battery when I have one waiting for me. I don't want to spend the extra money when I just have to either keep recording or streams under usually 2.5 hours and I'm good. But I have plenty of extra batteries, so. What do you mean? Today is episode 3 of a 5-series boot camp for building a new OpenClaw setup from scratch. So it's not our normal Monday and Friday live streams when we're vibe coding and building. All right. Let me go review the Standups tab, shall we? So I'm a bit confused by this Standups tab. It's supposed to be a calendar view, a weekly view, or monthly view toggle option. Looks like when I click audio, I get a black screen, so nothing's loading. But the stand-up should show on any given day what stand-up gets run. And then when you click that stand-up, it should show the full back-to-back conversation between all the agents. Additionally, I wanted to make sure that this is operating as intended. There should be sessions spun up for each response from each agent, right? So during a stand-up, we should see 4 or 5 total agents talking back and forth in the mission control. This test stand-up that you posted, you weren't supposed to run this until I approved it. So I'm guessing, is this demo data? Was this pre-generated? What's going on here? Fix the stand-up view and answer my questions, please. Oh, right on. Greetings. We're not too far. Yeah. Ensure that for stand-ups, Oh, there looks to be a delay here. Let me try to reseat this cable. Are we good now? Yeah, much better. That's weird how I have to reseat that cable after switching the battery out. Yeah, rule of thumb moving forward, right? The stand-up tabs is a place for me to visually come in and see what stand-ups get run on any given day of the week. It should always be real data. It should never be demo data. It should always be seeded from each individual session per agent. Additionally, I want the option to call an ad hoc stand-up to where I can enter in a topic and then it triggers a real-time stand-up that you start with the topic, Goat initiates with the topic, and then all agents spin up their own individual sessions and you guys discuss the topic at hand back and forth based off of the logic that we built around stand-ups. Additionally, I want you to look into the crons that we created earlier for our stand-ups and ensure that these are not demo data. These are actually agents spinning up their own sessions and communicating back and forth based off of our single source of truth. Yeah, so one thing I'm noticing is I can't say it's repeating itself. I think what it's trying to do is keep track of like its response and where it is. So it looks like it's repeating itself, but once it's done doing the work, you should only see it once. Dark? So let's go check. Okay, interesting.
Hashtag GoToS Daily Standup. Marty, listen up. PM board. K. Schrödinger changes. The office vents.
Okay, we got to improve that. Yeah, so I want two viewpoints. The stand-ups, currently you show it by week or month. I think if we show the weekly, it should be full width on a calendar row. Whereas monthly, I'm trying to think of a way to improve this. You know what? I'm not going to get too picky with it out the gate since we just had too much of a detour. Let's just get it working and then we can fine tune the UI. It's something I have to remember not to squirrel too much here. Nice. It's already going to clear. It's already going to clear fake test data. It's going to add the ad hoc stand-up trigger. And then it's going to run that markdown file. Update the run markdown file to support topics. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so for my YouTube live stream command, when you're reading this transcript, I think for the past half an hour, possibly 45 minutes, we went down the path of updating OpenClaw. So please make sure that when you analyze this transcript that you timestamp it accordingly. We're back on stand-ups now, fixing it, and back where we were before the detour. Let me review the UI and then I'll trigger an ad hoc topic through stand-ups. So I'm doing an ad hoc right now. Analyze our code base. What can we do to improve this Goat OS and underlying ops, brain, and lab modules? And let's see if this works, shall we? So ad hoc stand-up triggered. Great. All right, I just triggered an ad hoc. I just wanted to confirm with you that it's rolling, and ping me here once it's complete. And I suppose in the meantime, we can go look at mission control. Check active sessions. Okay, so it does have filter pill tags here. Yeah, so one thing I'm noticing, if that stand-up is in fact running, in the mission control sessions, I don't see sessions being spun up by each agent individually. So it looks like maybe the front end trigger didn't work at all. So it's saying it's spinning up sessions. Let's see. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see individual sessions being spun up in mission control. There's clearly a disconnect here. I mean, it's saying it's seeing sessions spun up, but oh wow, clearly there's a front end disconnect, because look at this. We can see all sessions being spun up here in the dashboard, but not in our dashboard. So this is a great test. I mean, listen, I told you things were going to break. I told you this was not going to be perfect, and this is exactly what I love to see in this boot camp. We have a clear disconnect with our mission control. Yeah, just to follow up. So I'm checking the OpenClaw dashboard, and I can clearly see the sessions are there. They're active. So we have a clear disconnect between our Goat OS mission control and active sessions. I want you to please be methodical, analyze the code base, figure out where the disconnect is. There should never be a disconnect with active sessions. We should always be able to view them in mission control, as well as the dashboard for ops. And now we're at the mercy if this is finishing, right? So, of this finishing. So. Oh, I totally forgot. I got to work late tonight too, so I'm going to be up from late. I think I'm going to take a nap after dinner. I mean, they're doing their thing, so. And 4 minutes ago, I mean, he's still working. So now we are just at the mercy of Goat. You know what? Dessert before dinner today. Why not? Put that trash. All right. These are the things you discover when you vibe the setup. And I love that it's coming up today and not next week or the next week after that. What's interesting is it says Claude Code isn't logged in. It's probably good practice. What's the latest version of Claude Code? Changelog 2.1.78. Whoa. I guess I never used the terminal here, so let me make sure I swap that over. Oh yeah, it's not logged in. How about that? Let me pull that off screen and take care of that login really quick. Authorize. Make sure we don't expose our email there for the account. All right, should be good to go. All right, let's go see if we see all active sessions now, shall we? Okay, I mean, we're almost there. I see Goat and Michael, but I don't see the rest of the team when I go to the OpenClaw dashboard. Yeah, hold up. We have a clear issue here where this isn't working properly. We have Michael Scott, Dwight K. Schrute, Jim Halpert, Kevin Malone, and Pam Beasley with their own individual agent workspaces. But it appears only Michael Scott was called during that stand-up. Interesting. So apparently only Maine and Michael Scott have been initialized by OpenClaw. Never had a session. OpenClaw has never spun them up. That's why the stand-up failed to produce individual sessions for each agent. Look at what happened. Now, two things need to happen. Yeah, listen, this is your job. Wire it up. Get this working.
Workspaces /shared /meetings /2026-03 /03-18 Workspaces /shared /meetings
Clear disconnect here. Interesting. Looks like it just restarting its own gateway. When I look at agents in the drop-down, why goat not there? I'm going to look into that in a second. Yeah, give that a go. Additionally, when I look into agents, I see all 5 agents, but I don't see you. I don't see Goat. I don't see our main agent from the main workspace, right? What happened to that? That changed since we updated OpenClaw. Good call. Good call, Slinger. There we go. Okay. They're all spinning up now, which is great. Goat's clearly here. Michael was faking us. He was trying to do his stand-up acting and tried acting like everybody else's sub-agents. Nice. Okay. So we are almost there. Define good. That's what she said. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he really does. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God, what is going on? They're legitimately just like going back and forth right now, but it's not a stand-up. All right. I mean, we can see they have individual chats. They're doing their things. All right. It looks like we got each individual agent working with their own web chats. But I noticed there's a discrepancy here on the agents tab here in OpenClaw dashboard. I can see all 5 agents that we've created, but I don't see you, the GOAT, our primary OC setup. What happened there? Okay. I'm implicit in OpenClaw, not listed in agents. He is the agent. Okay, that makes sense. That, to answer your question, that's why he's not in there. There we go. Now Goat shows up, and it shows his workspace. Cool. Now, let's go to our main chat. All right, so now, where do we stand with our... Looks like Gateway is restarting, but where do we stand with our stand-ups? We want to run a test run here. Man, this is a long one today, you know? I kind of expected it being a multi-agent team wiring session. I didn't expect this one to be under 2 hours. I didn't expect it to be close to 4 though, I'll be honest. Yeah, so just to be clear, right? Now that we have each agent initialized, they'll communicate back and forth, right? We'll be able to view those sessions. Additionally, the first topic should be to analyze the code base of our dashboard, right? Our GOAT OS, our ops, our brain, our laboratory, and figure out what we can do to self-improve. I think that's a good first topic to run. And it looks like he's already running things. Let's see. Good call, but the runner I just spawned doesn't have that topic. Let me kill it and read. Perfect. Perfect. And now this would be beneficial right now, for example, to have a Discord with a view of all their chats. Jim, if you're reading this, I know what you did with the stapler. I always know. All right, I'm going to stay out of their chats just so we don't get any surprises here. Rolling out topic, analyze the code base. What can we do to improve? All right. Now we're just waiting. Now we're just waiting. And now I'm starving. But now we're just waiting. Yeah, of course. Darren needs to say, oh God, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Yo, what's up, Tex? How did I reduce token burn? Every week I do memory maintenance. I haven't had that big of an issue, to be honest. Analyze the GOAT base, lol. But hey, thanks for tuning in. Today was a long one, right? Today we're focused on building out the multi-agent team. We took our sweet time. We did run into an issue around the 2 hour and 20 minute mark where we had to update OpenClaw. Our OC agent hallucinated. It couldn't find its workspace. It couldn't find its memory files. You literally watch me walk through how to repair that real time, which I think is a blessing in disguise. I think people are going to get some value out of that following along this boot camp if it happens to them. But now we're finishing up the stand-ups. We're testing them. We have daily stand-ups scheduled to where our agents will now spin up their own session, have conversations back and forth, and then we can come back and listen to it. So we're just dialing in that part of our multi-agent team. We already have the crons in place. We've already been wiring the dashboard. We've essentially been doing all these steps real time, right? And I think what's last is delegation playbook and then homework. And I think we're done for the day, but we'll see. We'll see how long this, if stand-up is still buggy. Listen, I want this to work. So we're staying here as long as we need to stay until this works. And we're just waiting. We are just waiting, so we can turn to Q&A right now if anybody has any questions. So let's touch on this a lot here because I see this question asked a lot. And my first thought is, are you using VPS hosting or did you set it up locally? If you set it up locally, did you port forward any ports through your router, through your modem, through your gateway, whatever controls your internet, right? Whatever first layer of security you have from the outside world. If you didn't forward any ports, you have nothing to worry about. You guys need to stop worrying about security if it's entirely a local setup. Now, on VPS, that's a whole different story, right? I don't have the experience setting up VPS from scratch. I will start doing that very soon, so I'll be able to speak on it some more. But if it's a local setup and you did 0 port forwarding on your network, on your router, right? You have nothing to worry about. So just wanted to be clear about that because I see that question asked over and over again. And it's like, it kind of reminds me of everybody screaming atop the roof saying Claude subs are banned. It's like enough people start saying something, everybody starts to believe it, right? I think, inherently OpenClaw is not like vulnerable as long as you keep it local. Once you start opening things up and hosting it on a front-facing server, web server, then you'll start to have security concerns and security issues. Sure, yes. Hey, good eye. Yeah, that was a self-improvement. That was a self-improvement from, let's go take a look. From March 16th, doc notification badges. It's pretty cool. This is pretty cool. I mean, they are running real time. Look, they're going back and forth. You see them kind of refreshing. Honest answer, this is my first session. I just came online. This is going to be an interesting meeting. We should be able to see these real time kind of like adjust based off of who's answering. Wait, did we do a delegation playbook in part 2? Are you sure? Because the delegation playbook is related to the multi-agent team. So unless I didn't update the curriculum on the website and it still shows that, it's possible. Let me go check. Listen, this is my first time doing anything like this. So we're kind of like fine-tuning things as we go, but I don't see any delegation playbook up here for episode 2. So I'm not sure where you got that from. Let's go to part 1. Yeah, I don't see anything here, right? Because the delegation comes after we configure the agents. Oh, unless you... Okay. Yeah, it was probably related to me trying to be educational in a long form video. Yeah, as far as our boot camp, we have not gone through that yet, right? That comes after we do the initial multi-agent team setup and test it, right? They are doing their thing. Let's go. Now, I don't like that how the front end for Standups is still not showing anything. I would love to see a real-time feed. It's not necessary for today. The fact that we can see the sessions communicating back and forth here is a great sign that things are working. Now it's just tweaking it. And we're just going to wait for OC to give us a ping, a response that it's done. But this isn't like instant because they are communicating back and forth. So this is going to take a little bit of time. Pam. Hey, thank you, SRV. Really appreciate you sticking in here. Hope you have safe travels home, and we'll catch you on the next one, yeah? What do you mean exactly? The app I used for planning? Elaborate a little bit more. I planned from up here, from experience. I had my agent help me come up with this kind of structure, but it all started from up here, the planning, because I knew what I wanted to do and how I wanted it to kind of go from episode to episode. I also show my process before we even scheduled the boot camp. I was working on it during live streams as well. We were coming up with like, okay, how many weeks do we think it should be? What should we cover in week 1 versus week 2 versus week 3 versus week 4, et cetera, et cetera. Will it show? This is not a feature I incorporated. This is something we can definitely do in the fine tuning on our last episode of the series. I don't think it's critical for me to incorporate right now because it's not important to me. But it's not a bad idea to kind of see. Not a bad idea at all, to be honest. Oh, that's a good question. I'd have to think about that some more because right now, like, it's serving its purpose. It's an open source piece of it's an open source solution for your own setup. Open source solutions are natively difficult to install. They're not retail friendly. They're not plug and play friendly. And I love that about OpenClaw because I'm very much the person who loves to be in the laboratory testing things, tweaking things, learning how these things work. So off the top of my head, I don't have a feature request to OpenClaw. I think top of list would have been incorporate images into text, but I think they already did that. Yeah, they have an attached feature here now. Hey, I'm just nudging you because we are live. I think it's been about 10 minutes. What's going on there? Are we almost done with that stand-up? I still don't see any stand-up, any record of any stand-up in the Standups tab. So there's a clear disconnect when the stand-up started. Nothing was created on the front end there. Man, they're either having a really long stand-up or they're legitimately just talking back and forth right now. Which, dang, I wish I had Discord open so we can view all the chats easily. That's hilarious. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're still straight up having a conversation right now. That's amazing. This is a very long stand-up. I'm actually amazed that, wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's serving its purpose, right? So like, I think my feature request would be based on my perspective. Am I talking to it as a business owner? Am I talking to it as, you know, a stay-at-home dad, for example, or a family man who stays at home who needs help managing like family-oriented things? Like, you know, the feature requests would change depending on the persona that I'm thinking from. So from my persona, from my background, honestly, like, yeah, I have nothing to add right now. The features are things I can build out myself. Yes, I can, for sure. I made sure to put an asterisk saying, please don't undercut this. Don't just limit it to 3 rounds, right? Go as many rounds as you need. I think I did say a max at 10 rounds. So I'd imagine it should be done any minute now. Yeah, I'm curious to see once it posts in the stand-up, like how many rounds occurred. Because if it's more than 10, then it didn't listen to me. And we can actually go and take a look really quickly. Oh yeah, no, look, hold on, stand-up report. I see Dwight K. Schrute with a stand-up report. Wait, did that finish at 31 and we're at 7 minutes past? 33. 33. So I think maybe it's just taking time to compile. Let's see here. They've all reported in. Okay. Let's do a hard refresh. Still no stand-ups. Okay. Wow, their round one took a long time. That's a lot of back and forths. I think I wasn't specific enough with the rounds. From my perspective, it was, a set of responses from each agent, but it looks like they're going back and forth per round and doing multiple rounds. Wow. Okay. Listen, I'm just going to trust it, and we're just going to give it another 5, maybe 10 minutes. So I think this is a great time just to take a quick little break. Yeah, we're going to take a quick little break. I'll be back in 5 minutes tops, okay? Listen, I need another espresso. So we're staying here until we get everything wired up and we're happy with it. So BRB, 5 minutes. All right, looks like they finished 5 minutes ago. They stopped talking. Great. Wonderful. Let's go see what's up. Whew. My goodness gracious. I'm going to be honest, I can't wait to start streaming again in Pacific time zone, because then I get to go back to my trusted French press that's massive. It's like, I think it's 3/4 of a liter. And I just sit down at the desk, start streaming with a full French press rather than drinking espresso at 7 p.m., almost 8 p.m. here local. Interesting. Reports are solid. Here's what came back before it died. Yeah, quick fix, but we do need to increase the timeout. And I feel like these rounds are incredibly long. So can you please provide some clarity on each round? How many times do the agents go back and forth per round? I think that a round should be defined as each agent responding, right? So rounds of conversation back and forth, rather than like an actual round where each agent communicates 10 messages back and forth, right? Give me some clarity here. But yeah, quick fix. I want to see what was ran, but then I also want you to fix this so that as we run this autonomously over the next week, it works, first and foremost. But please, I'd like to see something in Standups here that I can show the live stream. So it's technically, OAuth is a bit misleading because OAuth implies that you're connecting via browser through like a Google OAuth. I use a setup token, which is just, it looks like an API key, but it's not. It's from the Claude Mac. It's from a secondary Claude Mac sub. Man, I really wish I went to the pastry shop to get myself a little fresh pastry for today's stream. I didn't have time before the stream. Yeah, that's what I felt like. There's a ton of content, right? So I want to have a better understanding of like, maybe they're doing too much, right? I want to limit these stand-ups in a way. Yeah, and so I don't want to limit it to 3 rounds. I'd like it to be between 3 and 10 rounds, I think is a good buffer, right? Minimum 3 rounds, but hey, if there's enough back and forth, Like, why not? Why limit it to 15 total agent messages? I would much rather do the 3 to 10 and with an asterisk, right? Depending on the topic of conversation, if it needs, 10 rounds, let it go. And part of me doesn't want to limit it to 10 rounds, but I think that's a good rule of thumb to follow at first. And then after a week, we can evaluate if it feels like the stand-ups are being cut off, right? Then we can increase that limit. Additionally, did you make sure that each agent has a unique voice for the Microsoft TTS text to voice? All right. Audio start.
Hashtag executive stand-up, March 18th, 2026.
It's 15 minutes long. That's wild.
Rounds 2, partial, timed out during round 2. Topic.
So I'm doing a quick listen.
Go to OS Code Account Manager. Content each in a chef. Every task. Cost status.
It looks like it's the same voice across the board. I think we should also have, when you're on the audio tab, it should show a preview of who's saying what during the playback, right? That way you can also confirm like who's talking, what's being said. Is that too difficult to wire in there? Whew, we're making some progress today. I'll be honest, when I did this for Muddy OS and my C-Suite team, it took me days of dialing it in. The fact that we're doing this it's about to be 4 hours, is pretty impressive. Even with that detour of having to update OpenClaw. I'm impressed with the time that we've spent here. Very, very happy with it. Slinger, you're the GOAT. You're the true GOAT. Dude, thanks for hanging in here this long. Go get some sleep. Thanks for waking up. Man, catch you in Discord. See you next week. Hope you get some good rest. Thanks again for stopping by. I appreciate the commitment. And yeah, I hope you found some value in this one. I really loved today's. I know it went longer than expected, but it was my commitment to make sure that things get wired in properly on this episode. So cheers. Listen, I'm like, that might not be a bad idea at some point. That's not happening tonight. I got client work to do after this. I was supposed to get started at 8 p.m. local, which is in about 6 minutes, but they'll understand. It just has to be done by the time their operating hours start tomorrow. So it's going to be a long night for me. I'm probably going to be up till 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So I'm going to be sleeping until noon tomorrow. But you know what? Vibe coding 24 hours, like that in itself is a great idea. I would have to come up with something unique for that one though. Like what would we be doing? What's the purpose of it? It's not just a vibe for 24 hours. It's to do something insane and crazy in 24 hours. I think that would be the format to do there, right? Hey, Max. Is it Max or Maxi? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name right moving forward, however you want to be called. I'm guessing it's Maxi or Max? Maximota Pia. I don't know why I just said it that way. I'm learning Italian, so maybe that's my brain. But I appreciate you. Yeah, listen, there's not enough of this. Like, and I don't want to talk negatively on others. Listen, everyone, I respect the hustle. I get a lot of great ideas from other creators, but there's not enough of this content showing the raw, right? showing people that, listen, I may present it as easy in these videos, but it takes a lot of time to do these things, to set things up. Maximo, okay, Maximo. I won't forget now. Oh, it literally says it right there, Maximo Tapia. Okay, my brain deciphered that differently. Well, thank you, Maximo. I appreciate the kind words here. And that's why I'm doing this boot camp, to show you the raw setup from start to finish. So really hoping you're finding some value in this one. I'm having a ball. Okay, it's gonna do a synced transcript viewer. Let me do both. Cool. Really cool. Yeah, and I gotta say, I've been enjoying the learning process here from the perspective of hosting a boot camp. I've never hosted one of these before. It's very new, especially in this format. You know, most people I know who do boot camps, they're behind paywalls, they're in paid communities, et cetera, et cetera. And they're essentially just like long form YouTube videos, kind of like cleaned up a bit, right? Like you don't do this live format. Like I don't know anybody who does this. So I'm really hoping that this brings value, seeing the step-by-step, seeing things break, seeing me, how I respond, how we communicate with our agent. I think there's a lot of value in this type of content. So, you know, this first one is a test run, and it's going to help me improve for Bootcamp version 2, version 3, et cetera, et cetera. I plan on doing different boot camps per different use cases. This one is a fun experiment, but it's also based off of Muddy OS on how I built it. We're essentially building out all the core functionality that I built in Muddy OS. But I think for the second bootcamp we're gonna pick a specific use case. Same with the third and the fourth. And what's cool about this first one is I'm learning how to improve the flow, how we tackle it, how each episode looks, improving my squirreling so that I don't go off topic too much. So yeah, if anybody's watching this live or the recording, if you have any feedback at all at what I can do to improve, I'm all ears, right? I live off of your feedback, off of constructive criticism to improve. So I encourage it. Yeah, I drank too much coffee. What's for dinner tonight? What am I gonna cook? I think I'm just gonna do like a vegetable saute with some chickpeas, some hummus, some tortillas, make some wraps. I think that's gonna be the move. Nice. Okay, let's give it a listen. Bam. I kind of want to do a persistent memory. When I do hard refresh, it remembers what tab I'm in. I don't like how hard refresh it resets, but that's for episode 5. Ooh, look at this.
Executive Stand-Up, March 18th, 2026. Round.
We'll save it for episode 5, but I'm already thinking of like a 1.5x, 2.5x listen
2.
back.
Partial, timed out during round 2.
That's it. Said I'd draft an invoice template.
It's highlighting
Nobody
the
told
person.
me what
This
to
is
put on
great.
it. Board has 0 tasks for me. 0 is a number I understand.
0 is a number.
Blockers. No tasks on the board. Can't do accounting. Gap report. What's missing? What to build. Can't invoice ghost.
Yeah, wow, his prompt is long.
Stat ants module in the whole apps.
For requests, all still open. not dressing that up.
This is really cool though.
Read
This is coming
backlog.md,
together.
support intake and shared knowledge base both listed as unprioritized. No owner, no due date.
Okay, let's go check the PM board. All right, I'm loving how the stand-ups look. This is solid. Now, going to how things are wired in, right? What did we say when we configured the system? I'm testing you. I'm testing your memory here. What did we say is the single source of truth? I do this with my agent a lot, with Muddy especially. When I'm creating new processes and creating new systems, I like to test it and ask, like, what's our single source of truth? This is not necessary, right? This is just something I like to do. The PM board. If the board says it's not done, it's not done. We codified the PM board, blah, blah, blah. So those action items from the stamp, they should be flowing into the PM board as a real task, not just sitting in a transcript. You're the GOAT. Exactly. Exactly. What's the point of having a multi-agent team setup that's supposed to be autonomous if it's not autonomous, right? Beautiful. Look at that. Rather than just telling it to wire it, I'm asking it questions. I'm investigating, right? I'm challenging it. You get more out of it talking to it this way, and it will get more out of it. Your agent will get more out of it talking to it this way as well. Hate when people do the paywalls and it's like 97 and you pay to learn nothing on their main videos. Don't demo how their system works. Yeah. I respect the hustle, but it's like, come on, provide some value. Like, do something unique. I will be brutally honest. My agents, I'll tease this, you know. I have a rule here. I don't paywall content. I'm not going to sell you a course. My agents did, however, on their Saturday visions, say that we need to explore the idea of starting a community, a paid community at some point, you know, when we hit 15 to 20,000 subs. And I really fought back on it. I was like, I like it, but I don't like it because it goes against my belief that all this valuable content shouldn't be a paywall. And we went through some back and forth and they're like, well, yeah, exactly. This is for the people who want that one-on-one support of you being in chat on stream, helping them from start to finish. And I was like, oh, there could be some value in that. Not only for the person I'm helping, but for all the people in that community who have access to that. But then it's like part of that gets paywalled. So I'm like, you know, it's curbed, but it's an idea that my agents came up with, right? Based off of our context that we provided. So yeah, it's, I hate it. I hate it when things are paywalled. And then once you get through the paywall, there's really no value. Like, it's insane to me. It's absolutely insane to me, but, listen, I'm glad you're here, Dark. Really appreciate all the comments. You've been very helpful. I'm sorry we couldn't get Voicebox working earlier. I just got to the point where it's like, let's just go with what I know, with what I originally set out for this boot camp, and then we'll improve on that. But yeah, going back to what my agents recommended with the paid community, it's like, that's curbed, right? It's an idea that they threw out there, and part of me hates it, part of me likes it, but we need to find that balance, right? Because I have had a lot of people reach out wanting to pay me for one-on-one support. And it's like, how do I scale that? I can't scale me. It's only if I clone me, I can scale me, right? So I'm gonna be thoughtful about that approach in the coming months. But for now, you know, we're smooth sailing. We're gonna keep boot camp after boot camp, long form after long form, live stream after live stream, value after value. Like, we're not stopping here. So we're not stopping. We're not stopping. And I'm excited. I think for Bootcamp, we'll have a sponsor for that series as well. I don't know when I'll start that because I'm gonna probably want to take a little trip, a little vacation. The long forms will continue. I'm gonna be consistent. Live streams, we might eventually have to have like a week off or so. But for now, it's smooth sailing. The autonomous cycle, the loop is closed. Autonomous cycle, stand-up runs, Agent spawns real sessions. Agent reads their PM board tasks first. That's their ground truth for what's assigned and what's done. They discuss, debate, commit. Action items come out of the conversation. Action items auto-create PM board tasks. Next stand-up, agents read their updated PM board, report on those tasks, new action items, new tasks. Okay, 12 real tasks, all from today's stand-up. Check the PM board. You should see assigned to every agent. Tomorrow's 8:30 stand-up. We'll have each agent reporting on specific tasks. So let's go see. Let's go see, shall we? Look at that. Look at that. I'm just gonna let it run. Listen, I think what we'll do for next week, since next week is focused on automations and workflows, that's where I'll attach either Prompt Browser or ClawCrib as a test account or as a test project or product under one of the account managers. And then we'll build from there. I wanna see what happens this week, right? So I wanna be confident. Executive stand-up's done. Stand-up cron done. Dashboard wiring. Let's go to dashboard wiring here. All right, solid. Listen, as long as you're sure that this is gonna work, I'm happy to leave stand-ups where it's at. I think we made a lot of progress today. I think now we need to address the dashboard wiring. I have a master prompt that I prepped for the Bootcamp curriculum. I want you to find gaps, figure out what we've already done, make sure we're not redundant, figure out what needs to be done to make sure that the dashboard is properly wired so things work and they appear where they're meant to appear. All right, and then we're gonna feed it that prompt. That's a meaty prompt. That is a meaty prompt. Yeah, and we can do it as well. I have a fresh OC setup that I did for my personal brand. I think I teased it earlier, I'm not sure. I'm gonna start testing ClawCrib setups, as well as I'm gonna build one from scratch for my personal assistant content creation. And I think that's it. So I'm gonna test the export of this config. If anybody's just tuning in unaware, I launched this tool. It's beta, it's free. You have this build feature where it will generate a config based off of what you say. You can chat back and forth in the chat to get your config dialed in. And then you can export the config up here and feed it to your OpenClaw agent. Additionally, let's wait for this to respond, because I believe Goat's working. Yeah, Goat's still working. You can see here, we can use this config, go to edit in Canvas, and then you can kind of visualize the config. You can also add things if you wanted to add things, right? I mean, we technically already have that, so. Oh, one thing we don't have is removing items. We'll vibe that in Friday or Monday. But also you come here to learn. I have this visual kind of thing for core concepts, as well as help. If you're having issues with your existing OpenClaw setup, I created this chat wrapper that uses Gemini 3.1 Flashlight, and it references two sources. It references docs.openclaw.ai, and then it references the GitHub for OpenClaw for all different releases to determine if your bug is related to an older version of OpenClaw. I've heard from the community, this has been working for them. And then if you discover any bugs, it's in beta. Please drop some feedback in here. You do have to sign in with your GitHub to drop the feedback. Additionally, there's these preset templates. I haven't tested these thoroughly yet, but we will. Okay, I've got a clear picture now. This is a significant chunk of work, multiple components across 3 modules. Given the scope, it's a job for a coding agent. It can do in parallel without burning 45 minutes back and forth here. Wired it all in, and then since you're going to delegate that, I'm going to feed you another master prompt for a delegation playbook. I know we've already kind of touched on this, but I want to feed this to you now so that you can find some gaps here as well. Okay. So I technically we haven't done anything for Claw Crib yet. So once we actually, I think that's going to be next week, since next week's all associated with workflows and automations and skills. Next week, I'll share the code base with Goat OS, and we'll pick an account manager. And then underneath the account manager, we have a decision to make. Do we want to feed all of the context to that parent agent and then have it spin up spawn sessions, right? Temporary subagents? Or do we want to build out an engineering team that each account manager can delegate to? That's something I have to think about. I personally like this setup the way it is. It's unique. One account manager per project, per client, right? As I start to migrate my client work in here, I'm going to have additional account managers based off of our office layout here. I'm going to enable Stanless. I'm going to enable Andy, Phyllis. I'm actually noticing someone's missing, but she was only in there. What was her name? Karen? Karen Filippelli. Karen Filippelli. Karen's not in here. I know she was only in the series for a season or two, but that might be an agent to add down the road, right? But I think we're going to go through our list of enabling these three first, and then we'll enable Toby for some fun back and forth between Michael and Toby. But but I like the idea of account managers per client or per project. That way, all of that information is separate. It's unique per agent, and it's not like, I just didn't want going the traditional engineering team, marketing team, etc. Then they're sharing all of the client data. I didn't want any of that to overlap. That's why I chose this route to where, okay, I can feed client data to each account manager and it's separate from the other agent. So the other agent doesn't ever get confused, right? From one client to the next. So we'll see though. I'll think about it some more between this week and next week. Man, part of me is just lazy. Do I want to do pizza again? Man. Do I just call in some pizza instead of cooking? Looks good to me. No, I think I should stop being lazy and cook. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I get a free pizza with a 20-euro purchase. Interesting. And it's from a delicious wood-fired oven Italian spot. Do they have that top margarita pizza? Let's see. Didn't I just have pizza on Friday? I did. And I guess I can hit legs today to make up for it, you know? I think that's the move. Margherita classica. Pizza neapolitana. No, we're on the home stretch of this live stream. We just got to get all this working, make sure it's all dialed in, wired in. One note actually that I did have is the docs. It looks like you are updating this from day to day, but it looks like you're updating this based off of each day rather than having like, think of it like a table of contents. I guess you are structuring it this way, but I want to confirm, like, is the docs section actually being updated day to day? It looks like it is. We did a ton of work today. I want to make sure everything's documented properly. So just take a quick peek into the docs cron. Make sure everything's working as intended. And I think one thing we can do to improve the layout in docs is the left menu bar. Those options shouldn't be so thick and tall. Right? I think it should just be the title of that section. And then maybe, I don't think we need to see in the vertical menu bar, like what day it was, how many days ago. I think top right where you show modified X amount of days ago is enough to show like when it was last altered. Either we do pizza today or we do pizza Friday. I am really tired though. I think we do pizza today. Amazing. What would normally be 38 euros is 22. It's almost 50% off. Chat, should I cook? Should I stop being lazy and cook, or should I just order these pizzas? Might as well get your input since we've been hanging out here for the past 4 hours. I think I know the answer. Nah, you've been solid. We had our moment today. But otherwise, you've been solid. So I guess one last thing to check is the heartbeats per agent. What are the heartbeats set as right now? What do they reference? Yeah, luckily the client work I have, and then we did recently get monetized here on YouTube. This is a business for me. I did form an LLC for ClearMud. We're going to be electing as an S Corp probably by October at this point. I need to find an accountant I trust, financial advisor I trust, but I'd imagine part of that pizza would be deductible. So so thinking from that perspective, it's like, yeah, why not? I'm just thinking if I want to save pizza for today or Friday. Goat heartbeats is solid. Okay. Looks like Dwight is set as a security audit guy. He should be an account manager. You know what's funny is I already have an OC agent planned. I haven't deployed it yet, but I am setting up a legal and finance OC setup. That one, sadly, I'm not going to make content around for my build. I'm not going to show the process. A lot of that is going to have a lot of critical information to me, my personal life, my professional life. So can't show that. But what I learned from that build, maybe what we can do for a future boot camp is build out a legal and financial advisor OC setup down the road based off of my experience with building my own, right? Listen, I first like testing things myself before I make any content around it or think of a boot camp around it. So if anybody's watching this live or watching the recording who wants to see that specific use case, I'll add that to my list, and chances are, you know, maybe we'll do that for our second boot camp. Instead of doing a specific use case for like freelancers or a service-based business. Just let me know what content you're interested in so I can improve, so I can plan ahead and test ahead. Yeah, and here's a key differentiator, like with my setups, my heartbeats, I primarily use them as cron watchdogs. And this is across all my setups right now because I have so much time spent configuring cron jobs and skills and automations that if they fail and we don't have a checker in place, like I know, what about a space bot? So Dark, I can't commit to that because I have no intention on spending as much time with Spacebot as I have with OpenClaw. I just don't, right? I'm not going to go down that path for the sake of content. I'd rather make boot camps around what I know, right? So listen, it's on my radar, but I still have no intention of doing a boot camp for that. And I don't want to mislead you by telling you I might. Right now, the answer is no. That might change down the road, but you know, I'm sticking with OpenClaw. But going back to it, having your heartbeat as a cron watchdog is actually a little hack, right? Don't have your heartbeat to do too much. Keep it simple with the heartbeat. Have it be systems related, systems health checker or automation health checker, right? I'm just waiting for it to ping us back. All right, I think the heartbeats are fine for now. I think we'll see after a week of automation, you know, when we check back next week. I suppose do one final pass through, but you might want to wait on those sub-agents to finish their work before you do one final pass through to ensure that the system is smooth sailing when we sign off today. Yeah, why not? Cloud code finished. Let me restart the build. Yeah, listen, I'd rather be honest with you, Dark. I don't want to mislead you. It's on my radar, and that could change. It could change. I think step one is first testing it myself and then considering if I want to make a long form video around it, right? And then from there, kind of reevaluate, do I want to build out specific use cases with Spacebot? Right now, listen, all of my expertise and time is going into OpenClaw. And then primarily working with Claude, Gemini, and Codex out of the CLI, right? That's where all my time and attention is right now. So I just don't want to mislead you. Smooth sailing, human. All right, listen, do we trust it? Is there any last things we want to check? I will check tomorrow. And if anything's broken, I will fix it and then report back either in the Discord or make sure I add a note for episode 4 to show like what I discovered overnight, why the stand-up didn't kick off. I'm going to trust it. Listen, we've done a lot of work today on wiring. I don't have anything else to add. I don't have, we've touched on everything. I think what's last is homework. I think if you're following along with this boot camp, I want you to take note of what worked and what didn't over this next week. Take note of any questions you may have. Drop a comment below. I will be diligently responding to everybody. Yeah. And then more importantly, take note of like what agents seem to be slacking off, and maybe some agents are overachieving, right? Because it's not going to be perfect. Your setup will not be perfect. You're going to have to fine tune things. You're going to have to make improvements. So I want to open up the floor, live Q&A. Anybody have any questions? I think we're at a great, 4.5 hours for today's live stream. I was guessing like 3.5. So, but like for a perspective, like when I first set up this type of build, it took me days, not hours. So, but yeah, let's open up the floor to Q&A, and it's been an episode. I'm loving it. I'm loving where we're at. Yeah, we didn't assign any clients yet, so this will be next week. There actually appears to be, before I let you go, there appears to be a weird bug when I click on an agent in the team office view. It says planned awaiting workspace. I mean, we clearly deployed the workspace. I want you to double check the wiring here. We haven't assigned account managers with any clients yet, but you know, we should also specify when you click on this agent, what model they're using. We have dialed that in, we wired that in. Not sure what else we would add to it. But everything else feels like it's working great. Yeah, that's my last notes here. There's no way my order is already ready. What is going on? That is wild. They must be slow tonight for them to throw in those pizzas that quick. What's up, Greek? Threat level midnight. Greek knows. Greek knows. How you doing today, man? Have you been here the whole time, or are you just popping in? Oh, right on. Well, thanks for stopping by. How you doing today? Man, we've been at it for a while here. We just configured and wired a multi-agent team setup here on OpenClaw. It's been quite the mission. And we're going to see how buggy it is tomorrow when I check in on it And then next week, we get to kind of review what it did the past 7 days on its own. And then I caved and ordered some pizza. And I'm diligently watching my phone. Very eager for its arrival. Because after a 5-hour stream, I'm like, I love to cook, but I'd love to relax for an hour or two before I have to get some other work done and enjoy some pizza. No, so refresh it. I don't think it's saying no. I think that's a system. I don't want to say it's a bug, but give it some time. Did it just respond no? Like with some personality to it? Did you respond, what do you mean no? I've never had that. I've had certain like lines appear where it says no reply, but it shows no first. So that's usually when it's checking its delivery mechanism or like something related to the config. It'll spam that no reply once or twice. But it only occurs depending on the case, right? I've never had my agent outright tell me no. Nice. Okay. Status shows live. Last seen how many minutes ago? So it synchronizes with the mission control. Let's go check. Slight UI tweak. You know, we'll fix that in the next 2 weeks. Last seen 13 minutes ago, Cloud Opus 4, last seen, okay. Office View, last seen 12 minutes ago, model. Great, hey, this is a great start. Minor UI tweak that I'll fix in the coming week or two. Yeah, now we're curious to see what happens tomorrow when I wake up. You know what I mean? So, yay, if there's no questions, I hope you found some value in today's video. Today was a big one. We went through episode 3 where we built out our multi-agent team setup. We wired everything together. We created a PM board as a single source of truth. We created an executive stand-ups, AKA meetings functionality. We created a schedule so those meetings happen regularly based off of our frequency we specified. We wired the dashboard together. We created a delegation playbook. All of these prompts are available on the website that I followed along. But as I mentioned, as I'm going to continue to reiterate, don't just copy the prompts because you're not going to get the desired output. You really have to watch these videos to see how I incorporate the prompts into my process, into vibing back and forth. We do a lot of vibe coding with our setup, right? We go back and forth in a natural conversation. And then we incorporate the prompt to say, hey, find gaps based off of this prompt versus what you've been doing, right? And then it finds those gaps and fixes those problems. So just know there was a tool call, writing something else, and then it deleted the message. Interesting. Yeah, I think that is just a standard response. I don't think that was your agent telling you no. I think that was some of its config responses, like on the back end, right? Showing up in chat. Okay, yeah, my pizza wasn't ready that quick. Dude's still waiting at the pizza shop. It said picking up your order, but I thought it legitimately meant your order's ready and it's being picked up. He's just waiting for my order now at this point. Interesting though. I'm curious to see, like, go and prompt ClawCrib help. Let me know if it helps you identify that through this. I really want people to start using this tool more and more because it has 2 sources of reference for its answers. So let me know in the Discord like how that works out. Also, for those who have stuck around and want to come join the community, give me a second. I'm going to set out a quick invite with 10 invites. Copy. Greek, yeah, my pizza's way better, but you got to understand, to start my oven, to make the dough, I have to think 24 hours in advance, right? It goes through a process of 18 hours. And then additionally, I have to heat up the oven outside with a bunch of wood for about 3 to 4 hours, comfortably 5 hours before it's nice and hot. It's just a lot of time and maintenance to like get it ready and have the pizza dough ready to make the pizza. I'd still prefer my pizza, but that's why it's a weekend thing and occasional thing, and I can't do it every night thing, you know? It's tough. But man, now you're making me want to make my own pizza. Too late though. Too late though. Sheesh. Solid stream, everybody. Yeah, if there's no more questions, we're just vibing here at the end. We are all done for the day. Very happy. I'll give you a little teaser. Tomorrow's video is either going to be a deep dive into Muddy OS, or we're going to do this one, which I'm leading this one. We're doing 7 cron prompts that I pulled from my exact setup for my AI executive team that you can incorporate into your OpenClaw setup. I think this is going to be the move for tomorrow. I'm going to fine tune this though. I'm probably going to remove backup and recovery because that's not necessary for your multi-agent team setup, right? I really wanted to hammer the idea of making proper backups, but I think I've hammered that enough. So I want to make sure all 7 of these are applicable to multi-agent setups. And that's something you should be doing first out the gate. So I'll record that tomorrow and we'll get it live, roughly around 8 p.m. local time. Roughly around this time, it should be live within the next 24 hours. So yeah, man, what a day. I want to thank each and every one of you for stopping by. Greek, thank you. Peter, thank you. Dark, thank you. Slinger, thank you for waking up at 2 a.m. and powering through until 6 a.m. SRV, thank you. Demi, thank you. Tex, thank you. Gabizzy, thank you for stopping by. Brandon, G-Man, Danny, Kylie. I want to give a shout out. I can't keep scrolling up. I think there was a Maximo in here somewhere. Just want to thank each and every one of you for stopping by, for engaging, for showing support, for smashing that like button. If you found some value, share it with a friend. That's all I ask. I'm going to continue doing these for free. All I ask is that you do what you can do for free, which is subscribe, smash the like button, share it with a friend. And yeah, I will catch you on the next one. Hey, thank you, Tex. Thank you. That's my goal, right? Really appreciate the feedback and the support. That's what I'm here for. So we'll be back at it Friday. Friday, I'm going to work on Clock Rib and Prompt Browser. I think we haven't done a new Prompt Browser build. So I think what I want to do for Prompt Browser is incorporate a feedback tab like we have for Clock Rib so that people can start posting bugs and improvements and things like that. That way, a little fun teaser into what we're going to do with Goat OS is once we hand off the code base to Prompt Browser and Clock Rib, we're going to have our agents monitor the feedback tab and self-improve based off of feedback. It's going to be a fun little thing that we're going to incorporate. So yeah, thank you, Danny. All right. That's a wrap. We're coming up on 5 hours. Thank you again for being here. Hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Happy hump day to everybody. Happy middle of the week. Stay tuned for tomorrow's long form. And we'll be back at it on Friday with another live stream. Until then, happy building. Cheers.